Good morning. I'm very happy to be here and very happy to be chatting with my friend Corb from Level Access, Thought Leadership. So tell me about, I'm Monica, I'm from G0 ICT. So Corb, we have 15 minutes, so I'll go right into it. Business growth through accessibility. Every year, Level Access creates a report. So tell me a little bit about the result of the report. Is there any surprise on what you saw of the report, and how are we advancing on accessibility?
Yeah, thank you very much for the time, Monica, and thank you everyone for trudging through the Austrian snow this morning to be here. I think that this report is one where we survey 1,600 digital experience professionals around the world, and about 700 here in the EU. And what's surprising for me about the report is that we have a big gap right now in the confidence level of accessibility. What I mean is that in our report, what we found is that brands understand that the European Accessibility Act applies to them, but yet only a third are confident that they actually comply with the law. And then when we look at even a step further and we say, how confident are you in the accessibility of your primary digital experience? They're very confident. And yet a very small number say that they don't worry about regulation. So most people say, I'm really confident, my experience is amazing, and yet I'm really worried about the regulations and litigation and legislation around digital accessibility, which tells us that they have this confidence, but then they realize that user experience is far worse potentially, or it's unknown. I made a great marketing site, but can somebody buy a ticket? Can somebody sign up for my services? Can they buy my product? Maybe not.
So this big gap, and you're asking accessibility professionals, why do you think that the gap is? And the people that are saying we're compliant, I'm assuming, is the leadership. They're only worried about risk. But when you're asking the accessibility professionals, they'll worry about the actual user experience. So why do you think this gap exists in the process? If I want to create my product and make it more accessible, why this gap exists, and how do you see from your experience the process of making accessibility, the ownership of accessibility? Is that the reason for the gap and the unknown variable, are we really accessible or not?
I think that might be part of it, but I would say the other big piece is that we saw fewer organizations are doing manual testing. So 11% fewer organizations this year are doing testing with actual assistive technology, screen readers, keyboards, switch devices. What they're relying on for a lot of these metrics are automated testing. And they run these automated reports. The automated report says, I'm doing great. Any automated scan is going to tell you, whether you've done any work on accessibility, you're probably going to say, I'm 60% compliant. I do a little bit of work, I'm probably 70 or 80%. That sounds really good. It also means that 1 out of every 5 buttons on your site doesn't work for a user with assistive technology. But what that really is telling you is only about a small percentage of accessibility issues. So when we're not doing that testing with real users, we're missing that key data point. But I think the other part that we're seeing is that people aren't connecting this to the real business drivers. If we're here in Austria, right, and if the U-Bahn was one of our customers, if they were to say, as an organization, it's most important this year that we increase ridership, but then the accessibility team is saying, we still have this % compliance, we are still chasing this many defects, we have this many serious problems. Accessibility will always be looked at as a cost. And instead, what we need to be doing is reframing those conversations. We need to be saying that the CEO, the leadership wants us to increase ridership. What are all the ways that accessibility helps us to increase ridership? Hey, we've now made it so that you can easily find your train. We've made it so that you can buy tickets at our kiosks using all kinds of different assistive technology to comply with the European Accessibility Act. We've made it so that the material out there is not just marketing speak on our website. It actually tells you how to ride this train system as a tourist coming from Minnesota. That is going to increase ridership. That story aligns to leadership. What we find is that a lot of times we're telling a separate accessibility story instead of telling the whole company narrative and really tying all those metrics together.
And from what you're saying, leadership is only listening to cost and potential risk instead of us, accessibility professionals, selling to leadership. This is a success story. This is what we need to do.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, and that it's impacting real users, and that we're also getting the chance to say that our teams, yes, they're using they're thinking about accessibility in the planning stage, in the design, the development stage. We're thinking about accessibility in the QA stage, but only about a third of organizations are thinking about accessibility in each of those stages. But of that third that's looking at it at design, they don't have the tools in place for their designers to actually think about accessibility in a scalable way. So they're thinking, that's a good start, but thinking doesn't result in a better user experience. What we need is those teams to have tools embedded in their process so that as a designer is designing, as a developer is coding, and as an author is writing, we're giving them all that they need to make that accessible so that we don't have to tell the story of we're doing this really expensive audit at the end of the day and we found all these issues and gosh, these teams have to go back and rework. We need to tell the story that says, we made this super easy. Our designers are still focused on designing. They're just using AI and accessibility tools in their process. It's not that big, scary, expensive audit. It's just making that work easier for them every day that's resulting in that key benefit at the end of the day.
And I like what you're saying, but we were talking about the gap, no? So if every different team or part of the supply process or the development of the product owns their own accessibility, do you think that we need the figure of the centralized accessibility leader that will really check on the work that everybody is doing on accessibility?
I think so. I was surprised a few years ago when somebody at a major airline told me that in your process of booking a ticket, you actually talk to different teams every time that page reloads. The home page, that's a marketing team. You get your search results, that's actually coming from a dispatch team. You go to check to see what seats are available, that's a team responsible only for passenger experience. Payment, that's owned by finance. And so if you're the accessibility leader, you're probably the one unicorn who's supposed to make all those things super accessible. And so what you need more than that centralized leader is you need all that data in one place. Because as a customer, I don't care what team I'm talking to. I'm just trying to get from my home to Vienna. And I can't do that easily when each of these teams now releases something out into the wild without checking with an accessibility leader first. But more importantly, that accessibility leader needs to have the executive buy-in from the executive team saying, hey, booking team, seating team, finance team, this is Monica. Monica is the one I've tasked with making sure our sites are accessible. It's really important to me that you do this work. So when she tells you to do it, you better do it. The teams that we've talked to, a big part of them have a lot of these pieces in place. What they don't have is the leaders actually making that communication directly and frequently so that teams know to pay attention to that leader in accessibility working across all those teams.
And if we think about the skills development of all those teams and the tools, no, what I've seen in the market is even the automatic tools, they're very much alike. They're thinking about the standard per se, but do we need to develop then role-based training? Do we need to develop tools automated and not specialized for different moments of the product development cycle? Because those are different skills that we need to develop. Do you think that those skills exist? Because we still have the accessibility expert, but to be able to embed in the different process, we need to develop different accessibility skills, no?
I think you're right, and I think it goes beyond training. So training is important. We talked about this yesterday in the session on aviation, that training, if we have more teams who know how to work with users with disabilities, when I get on a plane, they know how to talk to me. If I'm deaf, they know not to just shout at me, but maybe to communicate in different ways, right? That's helpful. But what ultimately makes the difference is we're all better writers today because Microsoft Word spell checks our documents and grammar checks our documents as we write in any language. Imagine if we didn't have, we could have all the training and education in how we spell and use grammar, but if we don't have those tools right at our fingertips as we write, we're not going to be able to make a meaningful difference. We need the spell checkers of accessibility in every stage, and more than we need them in an extra tool, we actually need the AIs to talking to each other. It's called the MCP, right? This protocol that lets AI talk to each other so that that agent that goes out and designs and builds, it's going to be able to check with an accessibility agent along the way to validate its work, to validate its thinking, and update what it's ultimately producing. We can't just teach the developer how to write better code because the developer's not writing code code anymore. The developer's talking to an AI. The AI is the developer. So we need an AI to tell the AI what to do, and then an AI to check the AI's work. We're getting very meta here. But the idea being that AI is ultimately the solution to this and is connecting all these pieces together.
And where do you see in the process we were talking about eliminating the gap. So I use AI, hopefully, for someone from the audience, please develop that. We need this spell checker, accessibility checker in all the moments of the process.
Give us a call.
Exactly. Link to our tools and link to the role that I'm doing. But at what moment do you recommend involve the assistive technology and the end user, because then we have this disconnect between all the testing that the developers are doing and then customer service that are getting data from the user, and this is a disconnection as well.
Yeah, I think you're right. And what I would say before we start there, right, we look at how 9 in 10 organizations in the EU and roughly 8 in 10 around the world have the 3 pieces that we think are critical to the start of an accessibility program. You need that policy, you need a dedicated budget, and you need a centralized owner. When you have those in place, then we look to the tooling conversation, and then we look to how can we bring those users along. Because what we want to make sure, we want to start with users with disabilities, to be clear. Users with disabilities, part of that policy, part of that centralized budget, part of the dedicated authority. Those are all really important parts that we bring users along for. But ultimately, if we don't have those 3 places if we don't get those 3 things in place first, what we find is that the user just becomes, oh man, we built a bad product and I feel bad. But ultimately, I didn't make the product any better for the disabled user who's trying to get their job done tomorrow.
And we think that when we're doing a market research and designers are talking or thinking about different personas in order to think about the potential client, and that is the process where we start to include persons with disabilities. But I love what you said, budget, policy, specialized budget, and then
dedicated authority.
And if we follow the process, do you think what you're seeing now in the EU, where companies are saying that they're accessible but are super afraid of risk of being sued, if you go directly to the end user, then you will be much more confident in knowing that your process is being successful, no?
That's right, because we can have tools tell us what percentage of our site is accessible. But if all I'm trying to do is book a ticket, and that's 5% of your website, I really don't care that the rest of it's perfect. I still can't get my job done. I can't book my ticket. And so, yeah, when we get those pieces in place, when we bring the real user in, and the user says, thumbs up, regulations aside and technical conformance aside, thumbs up, I can do this easily. Right? That's the ultimate marker of success. We tell that story through the same things that our CEO is saying, that our executive leaders are saying, that the key performance indicator that matter to the leaders and the accessibility community, they're the same markers. When we get all of those aligned, then we find that we're confident because, one, people with disabilities would rather talk to you directly and say, how do I buy my ticket? How do I get my job done? Than they would to go any sort of litigation route or to call the regulating authority and say, I want to file a complaint because I can't do something. That's a lot of work. I'd rather just buy my ticket, get on the train, and get where I'm going.
And going to the topic of our conversation, accessibility for business, we need to monitor and have KPIs in order to see accessibility more like an investment than a cost. So if we're doing all that monitoring, if we're asking all those, how do you recommend to start measuring and really measuring calculating the return of our investment? It is an investment. It will have an impact on our business, a positive impact on our business.
Absolutely. And I think what I'm about to tell people here, you're going to immediately want to tune out, right? If I tell you that in our survey that 91% of people said better accessibility contributes to increased customer satisfaction, we all go, yeah, duh, right? But are we telling our leaders that story? Are we telling our leaders enough that this is going to improve our brand reputation, that it's going to improve our customer retention, our revenue, right? We all know that to be true. 4 in 5 say that accessibility creates revenue growth. But we need to be able to show that to our executives to say, as one of our customers did, we increased the color contrast on a button in a delivery app. It was the place order button. We increased the color contrast because those accessibility people told me to. 27% higher click-through rate with a higher contrast button. Why? because you could see it, you could find it, right? But if we're not tracking the click-through rate on that button and saying, that's interesting, on March 1st, we made the color contrast change, and on April 1st, we saw a huge bump. Now, we can't always, right? It could very well be that we did a great marketing campaign, could be that there was a snowstorm and people all ordered in. But we still need to be able to say, it might not be cause and effect, but it sure helped, right? It sure happened around the same time. Isn't that convenient? We better be tracking those metrics.
Corb, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Please share those numbers with us. We need to make sure that we monitor the market. We need to make sure to pass the message that it is an investment, it's not a cost. Thank you very much, Corb, and thank you for everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
subject under the G20 leadership. My thoughts over D20. If I see Goa, Goa from multiple years now, but specifically in these 4 years odd, 4 or 5 years, uh, we from the Commission's office, the Commission Disability, Government of Goa, are trying to do certain things in regards to awareness, in regards to sensitization. And because of the leadership, what we have, right from our Honorable Chief Minister to our Minister Disabilities to the Commissioner Disabilities, Government of Goa, we are able to achieve and become a light-bearing inclusion state. Why do I state that is, if you see, we are a quasi-judicial body, but other than our main role, only because of the passion and the commitment of our leaders, we are able to achieve a lot of awareness in Goa, and because of that in the country and probably now global. We are pioneering into a concept called the International Purple Fest, which we started from 2023. And this fest, which is taglined very well as celebrating diversities, we are the platform wherein we are having all the 21 disabilities which are recognized under our law, that's the Rights of Persons with Disabilities Act 2016, which is been coming in force after the ratification of the UNCPRD in 2007, and finally we had the act somewhere in 2016. We have created this platform for creating awareness. Now, International Purple Fest is a cluster of just many things happening together in those 5-6 days. We have multiple conferences, we have multiple think tank sessions, we have a lot of exhibition areas, we have pavilions, we have experience zones, we have national and international level sports tournaments, evening performances, funful activities for persons with disabilities, etc., etc. When we finished our the IPFG 2025 in the month of October, really proud to say that we had around 240 events in those 5 days, crossing around 25 to 30,000 persons with disabilities and more than a lakh of viewership from the mainstream society. What we strongly believe is two things. Number one, speaking amongst ourselves about persons with disabilities and we as persons with disabilities might not work till the time mainstream actually comes in and understands the need of it. And I'm really proud to say that we actually achieved getting in mainstream society inside the venue and making them understand how a life of a person with empowered disability could be. Number two, what I'm continuously saying and a strong believer, that we alone as Commission or as a Government of Goa might not be able to achieve till the time we have appropriate collaborations. We are blessed due to the International Purple Fest. We are able to work with giant organizations and individuals from the country and globally. Your concept, Mercy, as you rightly said in the start, D20, that's Disability 20 under the G20, shows the commitment that yes, till the time we collaborate, till the time we understand the expertise of each other, we understand the sides of each other, come together onto one platform, I believe then only we'll be able to achieve what we called as inclusion. And really honored that I'm coming from the land of Goa, which has given us that opportunity to lead the way of collaborations, to lead the way of getting in people with right thoughts, people who have got thoughts of coming in together and showcasing what is called as inclusion. Yes.
Thank you, Taha. This is Marcy speaking, and as I'm hearing more about all that you've done with the D20, and you pointed out that your discussions came through the C20, which is a great opportunity for me to explain that the current G20 structure includes 13 official engagement groups. And one of those is the C20, which is the civil society group. Additionally, there's the W20, which is women. Additionally, there's the Y20, which is youth. And there's a T20, which is tech. So those 13 engagement groups work together with the communities that they're engaging to try to influence the decisions being made by those 20 governments that are involved in the G20. So as you're talking, I think some of the very important things that you all are doing and your example of Purple Fest, we were talking beforehand about, the D20 may be with the US for this year. Next year, it's going to the UK. The year after, it's going to South Korea. So this is not a country by country effort. This is a disability community wide effort. And it is an opportunity for all of us to be working together to make sure that jointly, collaboratively, the global disability community of 1.3 billion people, that we are all working together to drive the number one, to drive the D20 to become an official engagement group of the G20. But in some ways, even more importantly than that, this is an opportunity for us collaboratively to work together as one global family to make sure that, not only nothing about us without us, but nothing without us ever again. This is a priority for all of us to be working together, whether your country is one of the, it's actually 21 because it's also the UK, it's also the EU and the African Union. Whether it's those G20 members or whether it's our siblings from disability communities across all of the 200 countries across the globe. So, Taha, you and I had talked about what we think needs to happen next. So, you want to talk a little bit about what we've been thinking?
So, this concept, as you rightly said, Marcy, that the 21 governments and the organizations as a whole should come in together. It's very important, as I earlier said, and you rightly said, that till the time we all are coming in one platform globally, I believe, then only we'll be able to see a drastic change what we all are anticipating. As I said, I will be very happy if we could formulate something as D20, and if we as Goa could take a lead on it with you all, and ensuring that these 2021 organizations and countries are coming in together onto one consultation, ensuring exchanging the best practices, exchanging the right thought processes, and exchanging the way forward under the banner of the UNCPRD. It's very important that collaborations happen, It is very important that the countries come in together onto complete dedication like we always have for G20 and other parallels of it, the 13, what you said. So the 14th one is officially required, as you said. And, I was speaking and you were also speaking from past 3 days to many people here also. And the kind of response what we are also getting in is absolutely open. People are ready to collaborate. People are ready to come in under one banner, ensuring that inclusion becomes a reality. We all are going on the right way, but probably into silos. So let's, kill off the silo. Let's come in together and let's ensure the right spirit of the United Nations Convention of Rights of Persons with Disabilities.
Thank you, Taha. And this is Marcy speaking again. Now is the time, whether we can get the kind of traction we need this year in the United States, community can be working together globally to make sure that everyone has the opportunity to contribute to the decisions that are being made again and again without us, or occasionally mentioning us, but not including us, and certainly not making space for people with disabilities as leaders. So, next steps, we're going to put our heads together, and we invite everyone else to be a part of this. This is an open invitation for all to collaborate to make sure, again, nothing without us ever again. Thank you all so much. Appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today.
Thanks a lot, everybody. Thank you. Thank you to have us here. Thanks.
Good morning from the Fireside at the Zero Project Conference 2026. Now you're seeing the Fireside chat called The Ability Network, Creating a Global Digital Ecosystem for Disability Inclusion. I am Anya Günther. I work with the Zero Project. I am in charge for our regional conferences. And in this capacity, I had the pleasure of meeting Chetan within the last year for many times, actually, in Singapore, in India. And during our recent travels to the Zero Project Conference India in Delhi, we were actually able to visit the Tech Mahindra Foundation Smart Academy. And Chetan, you've been at the Tech Mahindra Foundation for 10 years now. First of all, congratulations on this anniversary.
Thank you so much, Anya. Thank you.
And apart from the Smart Academy that we've seen and we were able to experience with your lovely team, you're also creating something called the Ability Network. So, to anyone here in the room who has not heard of that yet, who has not heard of the Tech Mahindra Foundation yet, could you please introduce yourself, introduce the Tech Mahindra Foundation, and your ambitions and already impact with the Ability Network?
Thank you. Thank you so much, Anya. And first of all, thanks a lot for having me here for this fireside chat. Absolute privilege and honor to be speaking to you right now. I wish I was there in person and we were doing this face to face, but as you know,
I agree.
Because of certain work exigencies, I couldn't travel. Hope to be there the next time for sure. So yes, it's been 10 years for me at Tech Mahindra Foundation, but actually 25 years since I moved from the corporate to the social sector. And I haven't regretted even a moment of it because I think it's been a fantastic journey. I've been very fortunate to be here at Tech Mahindra Foundation, which gives a lot of value to giving back to the communities. You know, that's part of the Tech Mahindra and the Mahindra ethos. So with that, we have been working in education and employability as the two core themes. But within this, we have a very strong focus on supporting persons with disabilities. We look at this segment of support as something which is very fundamental to the work that we do and have been doing this through the 20 years of existence of Tech Mahindra Foundation by supporting a very large number of persons with disabilities through our work so far. We have supported more than 70,000 individuals with disabilities in either our education programs or employability programs or both. And yes, the Smart Academy that you visited is one of our flagship healthcare academies in Delhi. We have several of those. But what I'm here today to talk about is the Ability Network, which is an initiative that we started a little over 2 years ago when we first started thinking about having an ecosystem to support all persons with disabilities and their caregivers in India. As the audience may already be aware, India is now the most populated country in the world, and our estimate is that there are close to 80 million persons with disabilities. And because of socioeconomic constraints, a majority of them, I would say, are really never able to reach anywhere close to their potential. We believe that now with the kind of technology that's available, it is possible to expedite and accelerate the process of bringing down the barriers that prevent these persons with disabilities to reach their true potential. And that's exactly what we are trying to do through the Ability Network, which is a collaborative platform for supporting persons with disabilities and their caregivers. It would be good, Anya, if you could just
show the slides.
Present to the audience, the slide on the Ability Network.
Wonderful, you can see them now. And I will click for you, so just let me know.
Yes. So as you can see here, we have described the Ability Network as a global digital ecosystem for disability inclusion. Thanks to the experience that I had at the Zero Project Conference 2025 in Vienna last year, I realized that the challenge that we are trying to grapple with when it comes to disabilities is truly universal. So whether it is Vienna or Varanasi, the parents and educators of a child with autism would face very, very similar challenges. So it was but obvious that there should be a platform or a network which enables easy sharing of information, easy convergence of different ideas from not just within India but across the globe. And that is what our vision and ambition for the Ability Network now is. If you move to the next slide, Anya, you will be able to see the screenshot of our Ability Network page. You can also scan on the QR code to visit the Ability Network website, or just go on your browser and type www.abilitynetwork.in.
And actually,
Once you get,
sorry, it
yes,
actually will feature one of the Zero Project Awardees, Happy Bots. You will find that
yes,
there as well.
that's right. Yes. So we have a section. If you go on the site, you can, if you are a solution provider. So right now we've opened it up to all solution providers in the disability space. So whether you are running a school for children with visual impairment, or with intellectual disability, or you're running a livelihoods program, or if you have an assistive technology, any product and assistive technology device that you would want to amplify, this network is for you. All that you need to do is to click on the join us at the top, fill a very simple form, and you will be supported in ensuring that your solution is visible on the platform. Right now, this is open for everybody in India. But we are in the process of opening it up for people across the globe. For that also, there is a form that you will need to fill, and we will get back to you and make sure that your solution is visible. There's also an innovations page, and that is where the HappyBot solution is right now visible. We hope to populate this page, the innovation page, more and more in the times ahead, and eventually have a whole lot of innovations and ideas for different kinds of persons with disabilities and their caregivers, easily accessible at one place. So this is the phase one of the Ability Network, where we are ensuring discovery. The phase two, which will follow later, will also enable transactions where you can, if you want to, purchase an assistive technology device, or even, try and use it for some time, there would be pathways available for that.
Are you referring to the showcases?
Or physical manifest assist tech assist tech lab as well. We see the potential of not know it lab as well. We see the potential of not know unity to try it before.
Partners in a network, what would be next step?
First of all, it's self to collaboration more than anything else. I don't think any of us can, by ourselves, really solve the challenges which are faced by persons with disabilities and their caregivers across the board just by ourselves. We need to join hands. We need to hold each other's hands in order to do so. We understand that while we tend to bucket persons with disabilities in this three-letter phrase, but when you go deeper, you realize that each kind of disability has its own nuances, has its own challenges, and would require a separate set of solutions, which is why it's extremely, extremely important to be collaborative. We know that resources are limited, and therefore it is all the more important that we actively, learn from each other, share the solutions that we have. The Ability Network is meant to be an open solution. It is part of a digital public infrastructure that is rapidly being built in India, across the board for various streams, and we are happy to participate in that. We are also going to be using, an LLM which has been developed by Tech Mahindra itself, so that people from any part of India, speaking any dialect, speaking any language, will be able to use that. And the call to action for all of you for anybody who has an interest in providing solutions for persons with technologies, please do join the Ability Network. As I said earlier, it's a very simple, straightforward process where you can just click on join us, fill up a simple form, and if you are within India, you can be onboarded within a few days. There is a validation and a credential check process. And if you're not, if you're from outside India, then also there's a form that you need to fill up, and we will get back to you and make sure that you can get onboarded. And of course, you're free to write to me or any of my colleagues. I'm available on Chetan at techmahindrafoundation.org.
Note that down.
And so that way, we can immediately get connected.
And Chetan, I know that also another possibility would be if you're interested in bringing a similar network to your country to learn from each other, to replicate this model together with the Tech Mahindra Foundation. If you could say a few words of how you can approach this and how to scale the idea of the network to your own country.
Absolutely, Anya. And in fact, I'm very, very happy to share with you and everybody else is that very soon the Japanese version of the Ability Network will be out there. So we were approached by Tomo-san from the Elements in Tokyo, Japan, who got to know of the Ability Network, got very interested in having a replica of the Ability Network for Japan. And we have very recently signed an MOU by which, we will be hosting as a prototype the Japanese version of the Ability Network to begin with. And this way, we are open to having more and more collaborators in the weeks and months ahead, because we realize that the kind of network that we are trying to build through the Ability Network cuts across. There is a global requirement of a solution provider like this. So whether you are in the Europe or the Africa, whether you are part of the global north, south, anywhere, we will be more than happy to partner with you, because I also look at the Ability Network as a place where solutions from across the globe can easily be accessed. And in times to come, I know that we are, living in the world of tariffs, etc. But when it comes to the kind of solutions that persons with disabilities would require, let's hope that there are zero barriers in the days to come.
Thank you, Chetan. I think something that you said preparing for the session was it's not a question about resources. It's rather a question about changing the barriers and removing the barriers in our minds. And that really stuck with me. As we're running the last few seconds of our session, is there one sentence you'd like to share before we close?
Well, there's a sentence which is written right above you, which is for a world with zero barriers. And I've just said that for a world with zero barriers, we need to have a mindset where we can, where there are no barriers in our own minds for collaboration. So this is a call to action for everybody to join hands, hold hands, so that we can create a truly inclusive world where persons with disabilities from any part of the world know that they have a solution available for them not too far from where they are. Thank you so
Thank you,
much.
Chetan. Thank you. Snowy greetings from Vienna to India. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much,
Bye.
and all the best. Thank
All the
you.
best to
Bye-bye.
you too.
Bye.
Hello, once again, to the audience here live on stage and everybody online. Welcome to our Fireside chat that will be held about a very exciting project, but more about that right in a few seconds. My name is Petra Pliszka. Just a few words about myself. I am the graphic recorder here on Zero Project. My name is Petra. My sign name is Petra. And I'm a middle-aged white woman from Austria. You might hear the accent. And I am very, very pleased to have with me somebody who is going to tell us about a very exciting project, as I already mentioned. You produced pictures and pictograms for people who have problems with language. Is that correct? And you will tell us about it right now. And please first say your name, give a short description of yourself, and then tell us about your project.
Okay, thank you, Petra. I'm Leire Nieva. I'm from Spain. And, well, I have long brown hair, and I dress with black trousers and pink or salmon t-shirt jacket. And, well, for my project, you asked me.
First, maybe your organization first. How did you come up with the idea? What's the organization behind it?
Okay, we work in Fundación 11. That is an Spain organization that works for people with disabilities. The main objective is to employ the people, but we also work in accessible objectives and projects, and that one is one of them, one of the projects that it calls is a tool, and a really important tool.
Yes.
That is called pictograms, guide of pictograms of communication in an emergency situation.
Okay. As we are an international conference, I know we all agreed on English, but maybe you want to say the Spanish name of your project?
Okay. Thank you. Es una guía de pictogramas para la comunicación en una situación de emergencia.
Okay. So in 2 languages?
Yeah, in 2 languages.
So tell us about it. What's the purpose behind it? How did you come up with that idea? What was the need that you were trying to solve?
Well, this is a simple tool that is designed to improve the communication in emergency situations. It helps to Guardia Civil officers to have a clear and a simple communications when you are in a stress situation, in an emergency, and you have to express your needs clearly and also fast. That's the key.
So especially if I'm in shock and I do have a speech impairment, for instance, I can use these pictures to point at, or how am I going to use it?
Well, the thing is that these pictures called pictograms that are, they make a company that calls in Spain Arasac, okay? And they have already made. So we look for the dialogues that an officer's civil work made with people in a, for example, if you are lost, or for example, if you have to go because to another place and you didn't know where you are because you are and it helps to give the information. For example, all of the times, officers civil wars ask to your DNI, that is your identity card, and we make a pictogram, we show a pictogram, please give me that. And that's so fast, that's perfect.
I think, I mean, you will tell us more about it, but I think this is something where we again see how innovative projects that are targeted towards people with disabilities are actually benefiting everyone.
Of course, that's what I'm going to say. We always pay attention because my area of work is people with disabilities, intellectual disabilities, but we come ahead so soon that this is useful for everyone because, for me now, I'm a tourist here, and if I have to communicate something that is important and it has to be fast to communicate, it will be so easy for me too. So. The main objective is with people with intellectual disabilities, but also for foreigners or for tourists or people is not the mother language.
Yes.
It's useful to give the information clear.
One question: did you involve people with intellectual disabilities in the development of the project and the product?
We always work with people with disabilities, in all of our projects, of course, because our company, we are all working together.
You're a very big company.
yeah,
providing a lot of projects and
for
solutions.
example, if we have any question, but maybe in this case it's not clear. Let's ask to people that we are thinking on that. So why not to take account, of course.
So if I summarize it, you came up with the idea to use pictograms so that people in emergency situations can point at certain situations. So is it actually me as the person pointing at the pictograms, or is it more the security and emergency personnel?
No, it's a person.
The person
Yeah. Well,
themselves.
the officers Civil War, in the uniform, they wear everything, but also they are wearing all time tablets, and this is an app into the tablet. So the officers show to the people, to the citizen, the app, and you can.
So they don't carry around big books with pictograms. It's all on digital, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that makes it easier.
And also it's public and it's in the website. So if you want to,
Maybe you want to give us your website.
I have it here. The guide I have there.
Yeah?
In
Okay.
my bag.
Okay. But maybe you want to say the website where we can access
It's
it?
the Guardia Civil, the official.
On the official website of,
On the official website.
Public Services.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. Do you have any stories you can tell us where this has been used, and then or maybe some people came up to you and said, "Hey, yeah, we used it. This is how it worked."
Yeah. Yes.
So that's always interesting for the audience to hear stories,
Yeah. When the most of the cases that we use it is in, I know Camino de Santiago, that is a way typical in Spain, and the thing is there is a lot of people that are from another cities, another countries, and making this amazing experience, and it's normal to have lost. So in that case, they use this tool, and it's so helpful.
So it's actually used more by people who don't speak Spanish.
Yeah.
Okay. See? Mass production. Maybe we can scale up the product so they can spread all over the world, right?
Yeah. And of course, come to.
Could we
Camino de
use that
Santiago.
also here in Austria or in other countries? The same pictures?
No.
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 Okay.
We
How
want it.
okay.
We want to share, and of course to share this good practice, and also if it will be implemented in, for example, here or wherever, for us it's gonna be awesome. Yeah.
So we can look at your examples and
Yes.
copy it.
You will
Replicate.
adapt. Maybe,
Yeah, of course.
because this is only for Civil War that we make
course.
the project together. So it's you will have a look to the guide, and maybe you will change some pictograms
Yes.
and adapt it to the police or whatever,
Yeah.
or maybe
Or their own
firefighters.
or our own culture. Sometimes pictures.
Yeah.
I mean, I use a lot of pictures and drawings, and sometimes it depends on the culture where you use it. Sometimes also colors may vary in different countries and cultures.
Yeah.
But other than that,
And
could be
also the
inspirational.
dialogue, it's maybe changed, because here they make another questions in emergency situations, but of course they can apply, and
Yeah.
it's
I mean,
perfect.
it really is. I mean, I really had the great honor to see parts of your project, because we worked with a group of self-advocates together with the Zero Project team, and we looked at some of the project awardees, and they were really impressed, because I consider myself an ally of people with intellectual disabilities, and they always face big challenges in communicating, especially in stressful situations. And they were really, really impressed by this very innovative idea.
Yeah.
One would think it's so simple, but it is not. It is not
Yeah.
simple. It is
And you have
really a lot of thought behind it.
Yeah,
right?
and you have to, it's simple, I know, but you have to take the idea and to think on that. And imagine how it's important to receive information that is so important to be safe. So
Yeah.
it's simple, but it's strongly important. Yeah.
Yeah, it fits very well in this year's Zero Project crisis response topic. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
We still have a few minutes. So you talked about foreigners using the pictograms, but is there maybe one story where we really, you know that a person who was maybe speech impaired or nonverbal that could create a better situation for themselves
Yeah.
in an emergency situation?
Well, we don't have any specific history, but we know that that pictograms are used to use in schools and in some places that are working with people with autism. So the thing is, we have the same pictures that they use.
Okay.
So when they have a look in the guide, they say, "Oh, that's so normal for me. I used to use that in my daily day." So they understood perfect when we are practicing with that.
Okay. Oh, that's good to know, because
Yeah.
also from what we learned, also from a scientific perspective, also pictures have to be learned. It's like a vocabulary, right?
Of course.
So you have been using pictures that have already been known by people from the
Yeah.
autism spectrum.
Yeah, it's the
Okay.
same.
The same pictograms. Okay.
So they don't have to
So
learn it.
for those of you online or right here, we have a big audience here, by the way. Thank you very much for being here. I think we could scale that up and take that all to our countries. And I think in many countries, or in many organizations even, we have already developed some pictograms that people have learned. So that's a good tip, I guess.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
to
yeah.
pick up on pictures that already exist.
Yeah,
Do you also work with photographs, or is it mainly just pictograms?
only pictograms.
Pictograms. Yeah, okay. Very interesting. Now, again, we have a big audience here. We broadcast to the whole world. What's your message from your project, from what you're doing to the rest of the world?
Well, I can say that being accessible, being safe, being clear is important to improve and also to share good practice.
Okay. Short. You may applaud, but maybe you might have a question from the audience, and I will speak it into the microphone so that everybody can hear it. Do we have questions from the audience right here? Or comments? Is anybody else using any kinds of pictograms or pictures, photographs in communicating? Yes, you're raising your hand? Wait till you get a microphone, see? Oh, this is very good. Our team is always on spot. Thank you for that.
Thanks for the microphone and thanks for the presentation. I'm Chiara from Italy. I wanted to understand if the personnel using the guide, what type of training, if they have some training, what's your experience with the training of the professionals using the guide?
Thank you, Chiara, for that question. Can you
Thank you,
answer
Chiara.
that?
Yes, I forgot that. Thank you for your question. We work with officers, with civil works officers, but not with all, because it's impossible. So, of course, we made some training with groups to know how works with this APP, because imagine that you are working and then you look your table, your tablet, and you say, oh, we have a new APP, what's that? So, of course, we made some courses to explain. But if maybe, do you imagine that you are so busy and you don't have time to go to these courses? If you read the guide, they have an instructions that are so simple to know how to use it correctly.
Okay, so train the people and also give them very simple instructions on how to use the devices and the the technique. Well, we are facing the end of this very nice fireside chat. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for removing another barrier, in this case, the barrier of communication. And thank you to the audience here and online, and see you some other time. Bye.
Hello, everybody. My name is Lea Kratschmann. I'm a technical advisor for disability inclusion at GIZ. That's the German Development Corporation. And we implement projects worldwide on behalf of the Federal Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development. And I'm super excited to be here with you and to moderate this fireside chat on our newly finalized e-learning on gender equality and disability inclusion in the private sector. Let me quickly introduce my appearance for you. So I wear a black turtleneck pullover, gray pair of trousers, I have short brown hair and brown eyes. And with me here today are my colleagues Sohavia Tagdes from GIZ Pakistan, as well as Lucas Sukal from My Ability, who helped us making this e-learning fully accessible.
Hello everyone, Assalamu alaikum. My name is Sohavia Tagdes. I'm Gender Equality Advisor from GIZ Pakistan. For my look, I'm wearing a black top with black trousers. I have long brown hair, brown eyes, and I am 5 and 5 feet tall.
Yeah, and my name is Lucas. I'm an innovation manager for learning platforms at My Ability. I'm 36 years old. I have no hair. I'm wearing glasses, and today I'm dressed in a black sweater and gray-greenish trousers, I would say, and of course, because of the weather, yellow-brownish snow boots.
Thank you so much. So before we start this interview, let me quickly set the scene. Businesses are increasingly looking for digital tools to make workplaces more inclusive. And with that in mind, we started our journey of developing this e-learning course on gender equality and disability inclusion. And we have now 4 core modules finalized produced. One is on gender equality, disability inclusion, the second one, then we have one on intersectionality, and the fourth one on business context. And then we produced 4 more sector-specific models on agriculture, textile sector, supply chain, and extractive. And as I said in the beginning, this e-learning is fully accessible and adaptable across sectors. And our main purpose of this e-learning was to give middle management support to make their HR processes and workplaces accessible. And yeah, for now it's free of charge and available on Atingi. So I think there's no better time to introduce this e-learning to you. Let's start with the interview. So Sohavia, can you explain the audience why we choose to focus on gender equality and disability inclusion in the private sector?
You know, I genuinely consider it a very important question because at GIZ, we really believe that there are 2 very crucial dimensions to, sustainable and equitable development. So at GIZ, we ensure that, talking about one topic without the other, it just means that we're compromising on the true essence of inclusion that we have. So what we do is, regardless of your gender or ability, all our activities focus on the fact that everyone should have equal opportunities, and they should not only be just contributing, but also succeeding in what they do. Also, then we also sometimes sideline, but an important aspect of disability inclusion and gender equality is, the fact that it has this business aspect to it, right? So for the business side, we need to ensure that we are giving them a very intersectional and holistic approach in their models and practical frameworks that they can then utilize for fostering truly inclusive work environments. So that's why our e-learning specifically focuses on both the topics of gender and disability inclusion.
And how is this connected to business benefits of inclusive workplaces, but also to the global framework?
As I said, we focus so much on the social responsibility part of, disability inclusion that sometimes the business aspect of it is sidelined. I think it's about time that we highlighted it more, and that is changed, right? So if I list a few, there are published case studies that prove that disability inclusion and gender equality leads to, or fostered if truly, they lead to better innovation, better performance, and better employee engagement. We have diverse perspectives that leads to better problem solving or troubleshooting as well, right? So these are just to list a few. But another very interesting aspect that I find really interesting is the fact that businesses who foster or focus towards true inclusion, they just have better repute in front of their clients, in front of their brands. what happens there is that we have these amazing international regulations. We have EU due diligence. We have CSDDD as well. And if we are sitting in the UN office, then we have the Sustainable Development Goals. So if I talk about SDG 4, that talks about accessible learning, SDG 5, maybe fostering gender equality, SDG 8 about decent work, SDG 10 maybe that talks about equal opportunities for all. So our e-learning really focuses on all of these focus areas, which I really, really love, by the way. So it's more about just turning these frameworks into concrete actions. So that is what the e-learning is about.
Thank you so much, Sahabia, for giving you this general view about our e-learning. Coming to you, Lucas. How did you ensure that the e-learning reflects the real-life experience of persons with disabilities in the workplace?
Yeah, at My Ability, we review e-learning content on 3 different levels. So at first, we assess the audience relevance, of course. So who are the learners? What outcomes should they achieve? What are the learning objectives? And the content has to reflect the specific target groups, of course, and also the realistic workplace structures. So this also includes gender roles, hierarchies, and of course, existing inequalities in the workplace. And so we ensure that people with different facets of disabilities, different gender roles, were shown as active actors at first, as employees, as workers, but also in leadership positions and manager roles. And the second one is the language. We review the whole text information, the whole content. We avoid stereotypical and negative terms and inappropriate language, of course. And we focus on the clear structure, a strong readability, so the whole content has to be understandable for a broad range of learners. And the third one is the representation of people related to all diversity dimensions, and especially when it comes to gender roles or people with disabilities. A common mistake I often see is the uncritical use of AI-generated images or stock media. So they may look polished, but lack authenticity and credibility with the learners, of course.
Thank you so much, Lucas, for sharing the journey with us. And tell us, how did you test the accessibility of the e-learning and what kind of barriers did you face?
We, at My Ability, we have one principle, core principle, non-negotiable, so accessibility has to start from day one. So that means we have an inclusive user needs. For example, text enlargement and font sizes. Content is operable. All audio information is supplemented with captions and transcripts. And for people with neurodivergent, in the neurodivergent spectrum, or people with learning disabilities, we focus on, as I said before, clear structure, readability, concise sentences, and consistent navigation.
Thank you so much, Lucas. And I said, it was so great to have you on board during this journey. Coming now to our third pillar of this interview, our pilot phase in the textile sector in Pakistan. So Javier, what did you observe during our pilot phase in Pakistan in the textile sectors, and how did the managers and workers engage with the models?
I have just so much to talk about there. I'm just so excited. First and foremost, I'm very, very excited about how it went and how, just to see the sheer potential in Pakistan regarding disability inclusion that is still untapped, but there's so much, that can happen with that. It was really exciting, piloting it in Pakistan. It was such a success as well. We have many success stories here right now. So to give a little bit of context to everyone here, what happened with the pilot phase of Pakistan was that we divided, our piloting into 2 regions. One region, which is Karachi in Pakistan, which is very mature in terms of disability inclusion. On the other hand side, we had Lahore, which is another region which is maybe starting off with disability inclusion, maybe not there yet, right? So in all of these, 2 regions we focused on, and then there was also 2 focus areas. One were our SMEs, which are our small and medium enterprises, and next we had our large-scale manufacturers, LSMs, right? So there was very different difference in how they engaged with the e-learning modules. For Karachi, they were so advanced that it was very easy for them to engage with it. It was very easy for them to do it independently. For our SMEs that I love with all my heart, it was just the fact that they would find makeshift ways of how to engage with it because they would see a lot of value in the foundational knowledge that this e-learning would provide them, right? So one thing that I noticed that no matter what your level of exposure was, what your company size was, how tech savvy maybe you might be, one thing that I really noticed was that everyone learned something new. And I observed that whenever somebody used that e-learning and left the room, they were just more aware. They were more sensitized about what they were doing. Another very striking observation that I had about the pilot was that there was a rapid shift in perspectives, you know. Whenever somebody would use the e-learning, basically earlier, what used to happen was that those people were more aware about disabilities who had somebody in their close-knit circles talking about it, or somebody who had a disability in their very close-knit circles, right? Some friend or some family member. But after using the e-learning, I could hear ideas coming from people who would not have thought about it before. And the ideas were about accommodating and how to be very, especially about the invisible disabilities that are around us. People were just more hyper aware of that, which was really amazing to see. Because, you know, Robert Helson once said that the only disability is the inability to see a person as more. And I just realized that the e-learning actually focused just on that. It built just on that. It was more about, it was not just information sharing, the e-learning. I could see in real time shifting of perspectives and, you know, concrete actions happening right in front of my eyes, which is amazing.
Thank you so much. As we're running out of time, one last question. How will GIZ scale this e-learning in Pakistan and beyond? And what would you recommend to companies implementing this e-learning, as the target group is not only here, but everywhere where middle management want to make their workplaces more inclusive?
Yeah. I mean, whoever is working genuinely for disability inclusion, and at GIZ as well, we really believe that inclusion is a mindset. It's not just a program, right? So when we talk about scaling, then we talk about sustainability of our activities as well, because if our activities sustain, that means they will scale by themselves. So a few things that we applied for the e-learning, and maybe that is also my recommendations to anyone who wants to do the same. That would be first and foremost, what we did was we embedded our activity or our e-learning into the HR systems of industries. We have a success story right here, right now. We have Asia Tex from Multan. What they did was that they embedded it into their HR orientation packages. So any new hiree coming into their industry now will have to use the e-learning for them to be fully trained and then full-time employee of the workforce. These are these little or big efforts that we do for the sustainability of our activities. Another thing that I observed, and a recommendation from my side, is that localization is key. We have diversity all around. Different regions will be piloting this and many inclusion efforts there as well. I think just localizing it into the local context of different regions is very important for any intervention that you might have. Another very interesting thing that we used was that we have at GIZ, we have this amazing dialogue platform called Communities of Practice, which is peer learning between different industries. You know, the industries that were previously in competition now are towards healthy competition and information sharing. Now they're multiplying the e-learning by themselves. They're sharing this information between each other. So these are a few things that maybe you can also use, and we are also using for sustainability.
Thank you so much, Sohabia. As we're coming to an end, I want to thank you, my colleague Shukriya. Thank you to the audience that you have joined our Fireside chat. And I think why we wanted to showcase this e-learning is because we want to empathize that this is not about compliance. This is about giving everyone the chance to learn, to grow, and to have decent work. And we hope we inspired some businesses here to implement this e-learning as well. We have a QR code, so you can download it right now and join our journey. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone.
So much.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our next Fireside Chat. My name is Kamil Gungor. I am working for the European Network on Independent Living. And, when we talk about independent living, we mean a lot of things. Because to truly live independently and included in the society, you need to have access to many areas of life, and not only about personal assistance and closing institutions, which are all, of course, super important, but if we want to fully live independently and being included to society, we also want to have access to nightlife, to enjoy, to have access to sexual life, to flirting and to interacting with others. And for that reason, today we have a very interesting chat about this topic. And I have the pleasure to have with me Jane Madden, who did a very nice research on that for the University of Leeds. But Jane, welcome and thank you for being with us. Let us know who you are.
Thanks for the lovely introduction, Camille. My name is Jane Madden and I'm from Ireland. I just finished my Master's in Disability Studies, Rights and Inclusion online at the University of Leeds. And my kind of research, the research areas I'm interested in is disabled sexuality, particularly sexual identity, spaces that facilitate sexual expression, which we'll be talking more about today, and also the notion of sexual citizenship. So for people that aren't familiar with sexual citizenship, it's the right to have sexual self-determination. Really happy to be here today. And again, thank you to the Zero Project for inviting me to be here with you guys.
Yes, thank you for joining us. And I think from what I heard also from people, it's a very interesting topic to many, that it's not that much discussed, so it's great we really discuss it today. But why are spaces that are promoting sexual expression important in advancing disability inclusion?
Yeah, you already kind of touched on it in your introduction there earlier, but obviously in the disability rights movement, the emphasis has been put on employment, education, transport, healthcare, and sexuality is often the afterthought and has caused tensions within the disability rights movement and within activists themselves, in the sense that activists who are campaigning for right to sexual expression are often told by other activists that their concerns are not the real stuff of the movement and it's better to direct the attention elsewhere. And this is obviously, however, this lack of prioritization has kind of resulted in the narrative that disabled people are ambivalent or disinterested in their sexuality and in turn the sexual spaces. Like nightlife. So I suppose this is also infiltrated into the much celebrated social model, which has been so pivotal in, I guess, kind of transforming private issues into public problems. However, it is kind of unintentionally neglected the spaces in relation to sexuality. And also this is infiltrated into the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities as well. There's not much reference to sexuality beyond reproductive rights. And this is quite the contrast to articles on employment and education, which have extensive material on them and the accompanying general comments as well. However, there is a paradigm shift occurring, at least in the Irish context, which is really great to see. At universities in Dublin, there has been plans to boycott venues that do not comply with accessibility over time, and that's been driven from an intervarsity boycott, which is really great to see. And also as well, the Irish government's recently produced disability strategy from last year, from 2025 to 2030, has said that they need to examine the barriers to the nighttime economy for disabled people. So it's really great to see that there is some small changes occurring, although a bit slowly. So yeah, I'll pass you back on to Camille there.
Yeah, thank you. No, it's nice to hear that. I mean, it's sad to hear that it's not really that much addressed and that much discussed, and we are still have a lot of work to do to make this topic more prevalent in our discussions. But it's good to hear that there is some progress, as you said, and there is more research, more discussions. We know initiatives also in Brussels. Our colleagues work on that, and a lot of other people are trying to address it, and I'm very happy to see it also coming to the Zero Project this year. But what approaches can nightlife take to be more accessible to disabled people?
Yeah, like when I look at like accessing nightlife, the quote that really comes to mind is from diversity, equality, inclusion champion Veronica Myers, and this quote says, "Diversity is being invited to the party, however, inclusion is being asked to dance." So diversity to me is the physical aspect, like the physical accessibility, which is not so much the focus of my presentation, because for me, the social accessibility is a lot more important. So social accessibility in these terms mean like the ability to kind of participate in nightlife culture on the same equal basis as like non-disabled people. So the ability to dance, to engage in sexual expression, if that's what you choose to do. So there's some really like cool projects. One such project is the Dance for Intimacy, the brainchild of Ali Wagner, who's also disabled herself. Basically, while clubbing in Berlin, she noticed like that accessibility was often the afterthought. So her project, Dance for Intimacy, is derived from the term access intimacy, where accessibility is like a central component to nightlife. And she's worked with nightlife venues all over the UK and has recently extended to Brussels as well, in Belgium, where I've been living for the last 4 years. So that's really great to see. And she works very closely with disabled DPOs and disabled people through focus groups, and she runs a lot of through these focus groups. This has enabled her to like collect feedback and to see what is the most pressing issues in the nightlife industry. And this kind of brings me on to like specialist training. So there's been a lot of reports across the UK and Ireland where disabled people are often refused actually entry to a club, not because the club isn't physically accessible, it's more so that they don't have a personal assistant to accompany them, or that they're a health and safety threat. So also as well, Dance for Intimacy works a lot with these clubs to kind of provide specialist training to staff. And I think you can take a lot of inspiration as well from what they're doing in queer spaces. So one club that comes to mind in Brussels for me is Agenda. And what's really great about this is that they brief their patrons on the door before entry into the nightlife space, to remind them to use pronouns, to remind them of consent, to remind them to say that homophobia won't be tolerated. And I think this could also this could also extend to disabled people as well. Lucy Webster, who's a British disabled activist and journalist, she's done a lot of work on this. And basically in her memoir, The View from Down Here, she talks about how when she's in nightlife spaces, like people do not respect her personal space, that they often touch her wheelchair without her consent, and people often view her body so desexualized to the point they treat it like it's a piece of public property. And I think what we can do here is another initiative from disabled historian Amy Kavanagh, which invented the hashtag Just Ask, Don't Grab. So to kind of encourage people not to touch people's mobility aids. Obviously, they don't want to discourage people from helping, and people often help with good intentions, but it's more to start the conversation and to kind of understand that mobility aids are a very important aspect of someone's body. You wouldn't touch someone's body without consent, and they should extend to mobility aids as well. For example, as well, accessibility info, and I know this from Brussels with a colleague of Camille, actually, that often clubs do not publish their accessibility info. Fortunately, this has become more standard practice across Ireland and I think the UK as well, where they will regularly publish accessibility info for nightlife events. However, it is still not normalised within like mainland Europe, especially in Brussels, where we were often in cases where we would have to call or physically contact the club through social media trying to find accessibility info. So clubs just should be transparent, and even if they're not accessible, they should state that as well. Another initiative I would like to see is obviously Ask for Angela, which is which has been an award-winning campaign to protect people on nights out, where basically if someone isn't in trouble on the dance floor or in a bar, that they can go up to a bar staff or a nightclub staff member and ask for Angela, which is kind of like a code for how people. It's a code basically to get escorted out of the venue. However, like the problem with this initiative at the moment, it's on the victim, or it's on the person to the responsibility is on them to alert nightlife staff. So I would like to see this extended. I would like to ask for Angela to be extended to also bystander intervention training, where on the door, and also that nightlife staff are also briefed to kind of spot the early warning signs and to also be circulating and walking around the dance floor at regular intervals to make sure that everybody is protected and kept safe. Yeah, I think that's basically it. I've covered a lot there. So yeah, I'll pass you back on to Camille.
Thank you, thank you. I really like your passion on the topic and the research you did about it. It's, you know, your knowledge is really great and it's very helpful for many people. You mentioned also a lot of people and their work. And I want to say here to the audience that are watching online and in person here that this fireside chat, similarly to all the other ones, is recorded and will be uploaded online. So you can then go afterwards and look, you know, for the things Jane mentioned and for the work of other people and for these examples and have, you know, a better understanding. I think it's a great material and great work being done on this topic. But now, coming to the last part of our chat, what role can nightlife take in promoting and facilitating sexual citizenship of disabled people? You already touched a bit of it, but yeah, feel free to go deeper.
Yeah, it must be like stated that like nightclubs alone will not create a paradigm shift when it comes to disabled sexuality, as that will require, you know, an overhaul of sex education, also better mainstream media representation of disabled sexuality. But obviously disabled sexuality can transform how we think about sex. Obviously, for those who might be familiar, Robert McClure's crip theory has been transformative in the way that we think about gender roles or like penetration or third-party assisted sex. So, and it really encourages sexual experimentation, and it's also these crip theory serves benefits beyond like the disabled community. As you might know, conditions like vaginismus or erectile dysfunction disorder are on the rise at the moment. And I feel like disabled sexuality really transformed the ability that we think about traditional sexual intercourse. So what nightclubs can do specifically, they can do partnerships. For example, one such company is Hot Octopus, and they've developed, I believe they're UK-based, and they've developed accessible sex toys. And also another partnership they could have is with Field. For those who aren't familiar with Field, it's an inclusive dating app that has become very popular amongst the disabled community in recent times. And basically, yeah, I also think these partnerships will be very beneficial to kind of, I suppose, increase the exposure of like disabled sexuality, and also to kind of, I guess, you know, show all these kind of alternative forms of sexual expression, and to kind of make sure that disabled people are kind of accounted for in these spaces. I'll pass you quickly back to Camille, who will kind of close this fireside chat.
Thank you, Jane. Thank you for, yeah, I mean, so many information we could discuss about the topic, which is, not to do a joke here, it's a sexy topic. So I think people want to discuss it a lot. And we could discuss more. Indeed, we have less than 2 minutes left. I know normally we shouldn't, but since we have 2 minutes, if there is any burning question let's say one question that maybe we can answer from the audience, we can try to do that like quickly, but it should be something fast. And yeah, if there is anyone willing. Otherwise, we will just close it ourselves. But we want to make it a little bit more participatory. Is there any question from anyone? Like last minute? Don't be shy, don't be shy. If not, we will close by ourselves. Okay, I don't see any volunteering. That's totally fine. So I want to thank you, Jane, for coming here, but also for the work to do. You know, it's quite taboo in many spaces and in many places. We don't discuss it. Even within the movement, the disability movement, as disabled people, we don't discuss it because, you know, the societal pressure has been so much, you know, affecting us that we don't dare to express our you know, needs and our self-awareness about the topic. And, you know, many times people are self-compressing themselves and we are afraid to express ourselves. So I want to encourage you all to, you know, to be more open and and be more open to your, also your, when you are disabled people to be active in the field and to read, to look for the work of Jane and of all the people she mentioned. Now we are 15 seconds to the end, so I want to thank you all for joining us. I'm happy that there's so many people of you following here. I hope it's even more online. I want to thank also the interpreters and the Zero organizers for the space. Thanks a lot, everyone.
Herzlich willkommen zum Fireside-Chat. Mein Name ist Christine Steger. Gemeinsam mit Bernadette Feuerstein machen wir eine Review. Und wir freuen uns sehr, dass zahlreiche Menschen hier den Weg in die Unicity gefunden haben, weil es ist ja ein Wintereinbruch. Man sieht es jetzt online nicht, aber es ist ein Wintereinbruch, der Wien etwas außer Gefecht gesetzt hat. Und wir freuen uns natürlich sehr, dass Sie alle da sind. Und wir stellen uns zunächst einmal kurz vor. Wie gesagt, mein Name ist Christine Steger und ich trage wie immer schwarz und ein Björk-T-Shirt und habe blonde Haare. Bin die Anwältin für Gleichbehandlungsfragen für Menschen mit Behinderungen der Republik Österreich und freue mich sehr, auch heuer wieder da zu sein und heuer eben mit Bernadette Feuerstein.
Ja, danke, Christine. Wie schon gesagt, mein Name ist Bernadette Feuerstein. Ich bin die geschäftsführende Vorständin von Selbstbestimmt Leben Österreich, dem Dachverband der Selbstbestimmt Leben Initiativen, die sich dafür einsetzen, das selbstbestimmte Leben von Menschen mit Behinderungen in allen Lebensbereichen zu fördern. Ich bin Rollstuhlnutzerin, habe immer grauere Haare im Laufe der Jahre, trage ein dunkelbraunes Kleid und einen Schal mit orange-rot-Tönen farbverlaufend.
Fein, da steigen wir gleich ein. Wir haben ja diese Zero Project Konferenz fast schon traditionell im Parlament begonnen, auch heuer wieder. Das ist vielleicht auch besonders erwähnenswert, weil natürlich es auch sehr spannend ist, im Parlament zu Gast zu sein. Das österreichische Parlament wurde ja, wie Sie vielleicht wissen, umgebaut, barrierefrei umgebaut und ist auch sehr gut gelungen. Und was auch sehr speziell ist, dass bei der Eröffnung, bei der feierlichen Eröffnung im Plenarsitzungssaal auch immer Projekte vorgestellt werden, die besonders spannend sind. Und was auch für uns sehr, sehr auch wertschätzend ist dem Thema gegenüber, dass alle Parteien sich daran beteiligen. Also das heißt, alle 5 Parteien, die im Parlament vertreten sind, stellen Projekte vor, also vor allem auch Projekte, die besonders interessant auch für Österreich sind. Da haben wir auch einige Themen gehabt, da werden wir dann später noch drauf eingehen. Aber da war auch Bernadette gemeinsam mit mir auf der Regierungsbank und wir dürfen dann auch immer Fragen stellen zu diesen Projekten. Und wir finden, glaube ich, beide, dass das eine sehr positive Entwicklung ist, dass auch die Parlamentsparteien bzw. die Inklusions- und Behindertensprecherinnen sich eben beteiligen an der ZeroCon.
Es ist auf jeden Fall ein Zeichen der Wertschätzung, wenn das im Parlament stattfindet und auch ein gutes Beispiel, weil das Parlament ja sehr barrierefrei umgebaut wurde. Aber nach dieser Auftaktveranstaltung ist natürlich der Hauptteil jetzt die Zero-Konferenz als solche, die noch 3 Tage nach der Auftaktveranstaltung dauert und wirklich ein unglaublich breites Feld an Themen, Vortragenden und Begegnungen schafft. Ich bin seit wirklich der allerersten Zero-Konferenz dabei und habe also auch miterlebt, wie sie gewachsen ist. Was mich immer wieder beeindruckt, ist nicht nur die Vielfalt der Themen, sondern auch der Teilnehmerinnen und Teilnehmer, weil es ist wirklich, ich sage jetzt von Aserbaidschan bis Zypern, sind Teilnehmerinnen aus aller Welt, die ihre Standpunkte, ihre Erfahrungen einbringen und das ist also eine Bereicherung in jedem Fall.
Ja, das kann ich nur unterstreichen. Vor allem ist es ja auch so ein wenig, ich sage immer ein bisschen flapsig, es ist eine Art Klassentreffen, weil man trifft sich, wenn man sich wo trifft, jedes Jahr bei der Zero Project Konferenz. Und es ist auch insofern immer auch ein Moment zum Schwung holen, weil man fast das Gefühl hat, hier kann man auftanken, hier kann man Schwung holen für die Dinge, die vor einem liegen, weil es eben so viele Good Practice Beispiele gibt, die wirklich auch beispielgebend sein können, die uns auch in unserer Arbeit jetzt lokal hier in Österreich natürlich sehr motivieren und wo es vor allem auch darum geht, wirklich zu schauen, wo haben sich denn schon verschiedene Organisationen, vor allem natürlich auch Selbstvertreterinnen Gedanken gemacht darüber, wie man gute inklusive Praxis finden kann für verschiedene Bereiche des Alltags und des Lebens. Und das schon erwähnt, es ist natürlich die große Kunst, hier auch die Themen auszusuchen, weil so viel gleichzeitig stattfindet. Und wir haben uns ein wenig aufgeteilt, wir haben uns die Themen ein wenig aufgeteilt. Und an dieser Stelle auch nochmal Danke an mein Team, das auch ausgeschwärmt ist und verschiedene Panels gleichzeitig besucht hat, damit wir eben einen möglichst umfassenden Blick auch bekommen, um heute jetzt auch hier bei dem Fireside-Chat möglichst breit uns auch zu unterhalten. Magst du vielleicht gleich einsteigen bei dem Thema, das dir auch besonders...
Ja, also wie schon erwähnt, es ist tatsächlich eine sehr breite Themenvielfalt. Nachdem ich nicht so ein großes Team um mich habe, habe ich versucht, halt an möglichst vielen Sessions teilzunehmen. Die Auswahl ist gar nicht leicht, einfach weil so viele interessante Sessions auch parallel laufen. Und nachdem ja Behinderung wirklich eine Querschnittsmaterie ist, die alle Lebensbereiche betrifft, muss man sich dann halt überlegen, wo ist jetzt selber der persönliche Schwerpunkt vielleicht. Oder was heuer spannend war, unter anderem für mich, dass so ein Schwerpunkt auf der Kunst und der künstlerischen Betätigung für alle Menschen mit allen Behinderungen gelegen ist und das eigentlich, soweit ich mich erinnern kann, ein neues Thema ist. Aber ich finde ein sehr wichtiges Thema, weil so wie unsere Vorrednerinnen schon festgestellt haben, Sexualität war so ein Thema, das für Menschen mit Behinderungen lange kein Thema war. Und auch die Kunst. Aber für uns ist das Leben auch nicht nur Medizin, Therapie, Bildung und Lernen oder Mobilität, sondern auch wir wollen unterhalten werden, andere unterhalten, uns im Kunstbereich betätigen. Und da gab es also heuer hier auch gute Beispiele. Sehr beeindruckt hat mich ein Flashmob von einer gemischten Künstlergruppe. Die sind in den Saal gestürmt und haben dann sehr kraftvoll und sehr beeindruckend die Umsetzung der UN-Behindertenrechtskonvention gefordert und gefeiert. Ja. Und es ist ja die UN-Behindertenrechtskonvention ist ja, glaube ich, auch eine Basis der gesamten Zero-Konferenz.
Genau, und du hast es jetzt erwähnt, dieses Thema leben wie alle anderen auch, zeigt sich halt auch ganz besonders dann, wenn wir über Freizeit und Kultur und Teilnahme auch an Kulturaktivitäten sprechen, weil es ja nicht nur darum geht, Behinderungsmanagement zu machen. Natürlich ist es auch ein Teil unseres Themas und unseres Lebens und unseres Alltags, aber eben nicht nur. Und wir wollen vielleicht einmal ins Theater gehen oder wir wollen einer Performance beiwohnen. Und auch da gibt es natürlich ganz, ganz viele Aspekte, die eine Rolle spielen und da haben wir auch einige Dinge gehört dazu.
Ja, natürlich die Zugänglichkeit, die Barrierefreiheit ist ein Thema. In Österreich oder in Wien kennen wir auch die diversen Einschränkungen, die es da gibt, die mit feuerpolizeilichen Bestimmungen untermauert werden, dass in einen Theatersaal nur so und so viele Rollstuhlfahrerinnen dürfen. Leider war das auch bei der Eröffnungsveranstaltung der Zero-Konferenz ein Thema, dass nicht alle Teilnehmerinnen in den ersten Stock durften, um die Eröffnungsveranstaltung zu sehen. Das zeigt dann halt, dass selbst eine Zero-Konferenz, die sich für eine Welt ohne Barrieren einsetzt, dann doch auch an Grenzen stößt.
Genau, und da kommen wir natürlich wieder an das große Thema gesetzliche Rahmenbedingungen und natürlich müssen wir auch darüber sprechen, was es heißt, wenn man eben den Zugang beschränkt für bestimmte Gruppen, die Barrierefreiheitsbedarfe haben, weil es kommt so die elegante Überleitung zum Thema Evakuierung, weil natürlich auch das ganze Thema Feuerpolizei und Evakuierung im Brandfall oder im Katastrophenfall Katastrophenfall hier der Grund ist, warum es hier Implikationen gibt und warum es natürlich auch Einschränkungen gibt. Und darüber müssen wir reden, weil das betrifft ja sehr, sehr häufig auch, genau wie du gesagt hast, auch im Theater oder in anderen Kulturbetrieben, das Thema, wie viele Personen, die beispielsweise einen Rollstuhl benutzen, werden denn auch zugelassen von der Behörde und was muss sich auch in der Evakuierung oder auch im Brandschutz ändern, damit eben ein Betrieb möglich ist, der zum Beispiel auch eine Evakuierung ermöglicht von Personen, die den Rollstuhl benutzen oder eben Mobilitätsbeeinträchtigungen haben. Und das war ja auch heuer eine der Überschriften, das Thema Krise und auch das Thema natürlich Management von Krisen. Das können Naturkatastrophen sein, das können aber auch andere Krisen sein. Und gerade hier ist sozusagen der Tenor auch ganz, ganz klar gewesen, Menschen mit Behinderungen sind besonders vulnerabel und sind besonders häufig auch betroffen in Krisensituationen. Und deshalb ist es umso wichtiger und umso relevanter, dass Menschen mit Behinderungen einbezogen sind in der Planung und in der Bewältigung der Krisenplanung, und zwar von Anfang an. Und zwar von Anfang an und bis zum Schluss, auch wenn es um die Entscheidungen geht. Ich glaube, Partizipation war da so die Überschrift, oder?
Die Partizipation ist ein großes Thema zum Glück, auch auf der Konferenz, weil natürlich, ich sage jetzt einmal, das, was wir immer fordern, lange fordern, jetzt sich auch schon allmählich durchsetzt, wie wichtig es ist, die betroffenen Menschen mit Behinderungen in eine Planung mit einzubeziehen, ihnen zuzuhören, was sie für Bedürfnisse haben, wo sie unterstützt werden müssen. Und das Problem, ein bisschen kritisch muss ich natürlich auch sein, weil die Partizipation, dass jetzt wir wo mitreden dürfen, scheitert dann oft in der Umsetzung. Das heißt, die Politik oder budgetäre Einschränkungen oder verhindern dann, dass also die Dinge so umgesetzt werden, wie wir sie vielleicht gefordert hätten oder die Vorschläge, die wir gebracht hätten. Also da gibt es noch einiges zu tun. Das ist auch ein politisches Thema, was jetzt von dem wirklich umgesetzt wird, wo wir mitgewirkt haben und mitgearbeitet haben.
Genau, und vor allem halt auch, was bedeutet mitarbeiten? Ja? Bedeutet das, dass man seine Expertise auch gratis zur Verfügung stellen muss und bei den Entscheidungsprozessen dann eben nicht mehr einbezogen ist? Ich möchte da jetzt, also ich werde Jeanette Burke noch zweimal zitieren, aber das erste Zitat wurde bei der Eröffnung auch gleich gesagt, nämlich Lived Experience is Intellectual Property. Und ich glaube, das ist auch etwas, worüber wir sprechen müssen. Wir haben alle Erfahrungsexpertise und wir haben alle auch fachliche Expertise on top und das spielt einfach eine Rolle, auch wenn es darum geht, einbezogen zu werden und natürlich auch am Tisch der Entscheidungen dann zu sitzen und auch mitzusprechen darüber, was von diesen auch Möglichkeiten, die man aufgezeigt hat, dann wirklich auch Umsetzung findet. Ein Thema, das bei dem Krisenmanagement immer wieder gekommen ist, und das habe ich sehr interessant gefunden. Da war ich in einem Panel, die Initiative heißt Purple Vest Initiative, das war auch sehr spannend, wo eben Personen ausgebildet werden, die helfen bei der Evakuierung von älteren Menschen und eben auch Menschen mit Behinderungen, wo es auch um Policy geht und um auch Sensibilisierung von interessierten Zivilpersonen. Also es geht nicht immer nur um die uniformierten Blaulichtorganisationen, es geht auch ein wenig darum zu schauen, was Gemeinschaft kann, was Solidarität auch bedeuten kann und was auch so unter dem sehr flapsigen Begriff der Nachbarschaftshilfe vielleicht auch professionalisiert werden kann, damit man eben in den Communities, in denen man zu Hause ist, in denen man lebt, dann auch die Unterstützung bekommt in der Krise, weil ein Thema, worüber wir schon vielleicht kurz reden sollten, wenn es um das Thema Krisenmanagement geht, ist das Thema der Datenerhebung.
Das ist tatsächlich ein sehr heikles Thema, weil es hat sowohl Chancen als auch sehr starke Grenzen. Unter anderem wurde Österreich von den Vereinten Nationen kritisiert, dass sie den Punkt der Datenerhebung, der ja in der Behindertenrechtskonvention ein Artikel ist, nicht wirklich umsetzt und es zu wenig Daten gibt. Auf der anderen Seite haben wir natürlich auch aus historischen Gründen große Bedenken, wenn zu viele medizinische Daten erhoben werden. Was passiert mit diesen Daten? Also das ist ein bisschen ein Dilemma, wo ich jetzt auch keine Lösung und keine Antwort weiß. Die eine Lösung oder ein Ansatz ist natürlich wieder, dass die Betroffenen selber in den Krisenmanagement, in den Krisenplänen einbezogen werden und dann selber sich äußern können, was sind sie bereit, welche Informationen wollen sie weitergeben. Und du hast in unserer Vorbesprechung erwähnt, ein Tracking. Ja, ich bin ja nicht immer an dem Ort, wo ich jetzt wohne. Ich bewege mich, ich bin unterwegs, also ich kann nicht jederzeit gefunden werden, auch wenn es jetzt Erdbeben gibt oder Tsunami kommen bei uns selten vor. Aber ja.
Genau. Vor allem ist ja auch das Spannende, dass es ja auch Projekte gibt, die vorgestellt wurden, wo man beispielsweise über eine App Funktionen hat, wo man selber entscheidet, welche Informationen man auch weitergeben möchte. Vielleicht auch vor dem Hintergrund, dass vor allem die Blaulichtorganisationen und Rettungsorganisationen ja gerne sagen, sie müssen Planungssicherheiten haben, sie müssen ja wissen, wen sie wo wie unterstützen müssen. Und natürlich kann man darüber reden, wenn jemand Sauerstoffbedarf hat oder beispielsweise Dialysebedarfe hat, dass natürlich es Informationen braucht, die hinterlegt sind. Andererseits sind natürlich sehr, sehr viele medizinische Informationen vielleicht gar nicht so relevant, wie eher die Tatsache, wie die Lebensrealitäten dieser Personen aussehen. Und da gibt es eben auch ein Projekt, wo Menschen mit Behinderungen GPS-Tracking aktivieren können, um zumindest dann auch über GPS gefunden werden können. Also es gibt, wie gesagt, sehr, sehr viele verschiedene Approaches, Zugänge, sehr, sehr viele verschiedene Überlegungen auch dazu. Ein Aspekt, der natürlich bei uns in Österreich eine große Rolle spielt, ist der Aspekt des Föderalismus. Also das heißt, wir haben eben dann auch wiederum 9 Bundesländer, die eben auch unterschiedliche Antworten auf die Frage finden, wie können wir Menschen mit Behinderungen auch als besonders vulnerable Gruppe in Krisensituationen oder auch in Katastrophensituationen gut unterstützen und möglicherweise auch evakuieren. Also das heißt, da gibt es sehr, sehr viele auch Modelle, die man sich anschauen kann. Eines hat mir sehr, sehr gut gefallen aus Spanien, nämlich von der Guardia Civil wurde vorgestellt ein Projekt, wo es vor allem auch um Kommunikation gegangen ist in Krisensituationen. Also nicht eben ad hoc ein Rettungsmanöver, sondern tatsächlich, wo die Exekutivbeamtinnen in Spanien mittels eines Handbuches, das mit Icons arbeitet, das mit Bildsprache arbeitet, eben in Kommunikation tritt mit Menschen mit Behinderungen, wo auch die Exekutivbeamtinnen mit iPads und mit Tablets ausgestattet sind und dieses Handbuch auch dort abrufbar ist. Was auch ein interessanter Aspekt am Rande war, wo wir wieder zum Thema kommen, dass sozusagen Barrierefreiheit für alle gut ist, dass dieser Offizier gesagt hat, dass es auch sehr, sehr gut ist für die Kommunikation mit Touristinnen, weil man sich da auch international verständigen kann mittels Icons, wenn man eben auf der Straße unterwegs ist und eben Informationsbedarfe hat. Bei Menschen mit Behinderungen wissen wir ja, dass insbesondere natürlich es sehr, sehr viele Themen gibt, wenn es um Kommunikation geht, wie auch Kommunikation möglich ist, wird leichte Sprache verwendet, gibt es auch unterstützte Kommunikation. Das sind ganz, ganz große Themen, die vor allem auch bei uns in der Beratung immer wieder aufschlagen, dass man eben sagt, man möchte verstanden werden, man möchte sich artikulieren können und man möchte in einer Art und Weise kommunizieren, die eben bedarfsgerecht ist.
Das Thema Information, Kommunikation war insofern auch ein Thema der Zero-Konferenz, wenn es um die Bereiche der Gesundheitsversorgung gegangen ist. Ein Thema, das ich mir auch ein bisschen näher angeschaut habe, weil es hier natürlich viele noch Mängel und Defizite gibt. Ich habe mir leider die Zahlen nicht notiert, aber es war ein Beispiel für die Gesundheitsversorgung von Menschen mit Lernschwierigkeiten und Zahnbehandlungen. Niemand geht gern zum Zahnarzt oder wenige gehen gern zum Zahnarzt. Für Menschen mit Lernschwierigkeiten, die müssen mit 45% mit Vollnarkose solchen Zahnbehandlungen zugeführt, weil hier die Information, weil die Kommunikation fehlt, weil hier die Zeit fehlt und das Verständnis, sich mit den Menschen entsprechend auseinanderzusetzen. Und da war eben ein Projekt dabei, denen es gelungen ist, also besonders also auch bei Kindern und Jugendlichen, mit spielerischen Maßnahmen, mit viel Einfühlungsvermögen, diese Zahl der notwendigen Vollnarkosen deutlich zu reduzieren. Und das ist ein Beispiel dafür, wie wichtig die Kommunikation und die Information ist. Ja, Entschuldigung.
Ja, vor allem vor dem Hintergrund, dass wir auch sehr, sehr oft hören, dass Personen nicht adressiert werden. Also dass eben über Menschen gesprochen wird, aber nicht mit den Menschen gesprochen wird. Dass wenn eine Assistenzperson beispielsweise dabei ist oder ein Familienmitglied dabei ist, dass man eher den Weg, vor allem im medizinischen Bereich, dann sucht, mit der Begleitperson zu sprechen, aber nicht mit der Patientin oder dem Patienten. Auch sehr häufig ist das Thema, werde ich als Patientin mit einem spezifischen Anliegen wahrgenommen oder überstrahlt meine Beeinträchtigung auch die medizinische Behandlung? Wird vieles auch auf das reduziert, dass ich eine gewisse Diagnose habe? Das sind auch Punkte, die bei mir in der Beratung immer wieder aufschlagen. Ich konnte mich nicht verständlich machen, es wurde mir nicht die Zeit gegeben, mich zu artikulieren. Ich konnte keine unterstützte Kommunikation anwenden und der Arzt oder die Ärztin hat auch keine leichte Sprache verwendet. Es wurde mir auch nicht erklärt, welcher medizinische Eingriff jetzt angeraten ist oder welcher auch empfohlen wird. Und da spielen natürlich auch barrierefreie Tools wie unterstützte Kommunikation, aber auch leichte Sprache eine sehr große Rolle. Vor allem im Bereich der Menschen mit Lernschwierigkeiten, aber auch neurodivergente Menschen. Das war eben auch eines der Projekte, das im Parlament vorgestellt wurde. Das ist auch ein spanisches Projekt, wo vor allem neurodivergente Menschen und Menschen mit Lernschwierigkeiten in den Fokus genommen werden, wo es auch spezielle Ausbildung gibt fürs Personal, also nicht nur fürs ärztliche Personal, sondern fürs gesamte Krankenhauspersonal und im Gesundheitsbetrieb, weil das auch eine große Rolle spielt. Bin ich ausgestattet? Kann ich neben meiner medizinischen Expertise auch überhaupt gut kommunizieren? Kann ich auch gut erklären, was mein Behandlungsvorschlag beispielsweise wäre? Und nehme ich mir auch die Zeit für die Menschen? Und da haben wir auch ein paar Projekte uns angeschaut.
Das andere Problem ist neben der Kommunikation und der Information sind auch rein technische Dinge. Die Barrierefreiheit wieder mal ein Thema und da war ein Schwerpunkt auf der Konferenz auch das Thema Frauen mit Behinderungen und Gesundheitsversorgung. Frauen mit Behinderungen sind zu einem hohen Ausmaß gefährdeter als Männer mit Behinderungen, weil zum Beispiel medizinische Geräte nicht angepasst sind. Also eine Mammographie im Rollstuhl zu machen, ist so gut wie unmöglich. Und auch andere Untersuchungen sind also speziell für Frauen mit Behinderungen nicht oder kaum möglich. Dadurch werden Vorsorgeuntersuchungen nicht gemacht und dadurch kommt es natürlich zu einer höheren Anzahl von Erkrankungen und Sterbefällen. Und ein weiterer interessanter Teil in dem frauenspezifischen Gesundheitsbereich ist auch die Aufklärung gewesen, Aufklärung über Menstruation, über Verhütung, über Schwangerschaft und was wir ja auch aus Zahlen und Studien wissen, dass Frauen und Mädchen mit Behinderungen einer viel größeren Gefahr ausgesetzt sind, Gewalt zu erfahren, Missbrauch zu erfahren und dass hier natürlich eine entsprechende Information und Aufklärung auch das wichtige Mittel dagegen wäre.
Genau, also ein Thema, das ja wirklich auch mit Zahlen unterlegt war, wie häufig Frauen mit Behinderungen an Brustkrebs erkranken, auch im Vergleich zu Frauen ohne Behinderungen, weil beispielsweise die Barrierefreiheit von den gynäkologischen Praxen nicht gegeben ist und auch zum Beispiel die Untersuchungsinstrumente nicht barrierefrei nutzbar sind, aber eben auch, wie du sagst, die Mammographie, die Vorsorge nicht nutzbar ist, was eben auch dazu führt, dass die Vorsorgeintervalle nicht eingehalten werden, generell die Untersuchungen nicht gemacht werden und auch die Sterblichkeit dann dementsprechend auch höher ist, weil man eben auch häufiger an Brustkrebs erkrankt. Du hast auch erwähnt, eben das Thema der reproduktiven Selbstbestimmung. Das ist auch etwas, das kaum eine Rolle spielt, das auch sehr tabuisiert ist noch immer. Und ich meine, allein die Tatsache, dass es in der UN-Konvention einen eigenen Artikel zum Thema Frauen und Mädchen mit Behinderungen gibt, zeigt ja auch, dass es hier sich um eine besonders vulnerable Gruppe handelt innerhalb der Gruppe der Menschen mit Behinderungen. Und vor allem auch, du hast es auch erwähnt, und es gibt auch in Österreich Daten dazu und Studien dazu, dass eben generell Menschen mit Behinderungen einem höheren Risiko ausgesetzt sind, Gewalt zu erfahren. Also einerseits strukturelle Gewalt, aber auch physische, psychische und vor allem sexualisierte Gewalt. Und dort natürlich insbesondere Frauen und Mädchen mit Behinderungen. Und ein Thema, das auch immer wieder von Selbstvertreterinnen auch kommt, ist, dass Aufklärung, also auch sexualpädagogische Aufklärung, auch eines der wichtigsten Tools ist für Gewaltprävention, auch Bescheid zu wissen. Gerade wenn mein Körper gepflegt wird oder auch von verschiedenen Personen ich Unterstützung bekomme, zu wissen und zu lernen, dass eben es Grenzen gibt, ist auch ganz, ganz wichtig. Und es wurde auch immer wieder betont, dass Aufklärung ganz, ganz eine große Rolle spielt in dem Zusammenhang. Und natürlich auch die, ja, bitte.
Wobei jetzt nicht nur die Menschen mit Behinderungen, sozusagen die Betroffenen, aufgeklärt werden müssen,
Genau, ja.
und informiert werden müssen, sondern meiner Meinung nach, und das ist auch in den Panels und in den Diskussionen natürlich zur Sprache gekommen, wie wichtig es auch ist, die in dem Bereich Arbeitenden zu informieren, zu sensibilisieren. Und zwar wirklich, sage ich jetzt einmal, vom Oberarzt bis zur Reinigungskraft, die dann das Zimmer sauber macht, wenn ich im Spital liege. Also hier wirklich eine Information, Sensibilisierung und auch ein Wahrnehmen der verschiedenen Bedürfnisse und Problematiken zu sehen und nicht nur, wie man es jetzt vielleicht als Arzt sieht, man die Erkrankung oder den Akutfall, aber nicht den Menschen im Gesamten. Und das ist natürlich ein großes Thema, wo es wichtig wäre, hier Maßnahmen zu setzen und Informationen.
Genau, und vor allem in die Ausbildung das zu bringen. Das ist ja auch ein großes Thema. Wo in der Ausbildung kommen Menschen mit Behinderungen vor? Wie genau wird auch im Medizinstudium sozusagen, abgesehen vom Forschungsobjekt Mensch mit Behinderung als Kuriosum, wenn ich das jetzt einmal so sagen darf, über menschenrechtliche Aspekte in der Medizin, in der Behandlung von Menschen mit Behinderungen auch unterrichtet und darüber hinaus auch, wie du sagst, das Pflegepersonal, aber auch das Reinigungspersonal bis hin zum Portier oder bis hin zu den Verwaltungsbediensteten. Menschen mit Behinderungen sind einfach ein integraler Bestandteil der Zielgruppe und ich glaube, das ist, wie du vorhin gesagt hast, im besten Sinne der Wortbedeutung Querschnittsmaterie und gehört eben auch in allen Bereichen etabliert. Und eine in Österreich ansässige Klinik hat es ja auch schon vorgezeigt, vor allem vor dem Hintergrund gehörloser Patientinnen und Patienten. Es gibt in Linz eben und anderenorts gibt es eben auch eine inklusive Ambulanz. Das ist auch eine sehr interessante Geschichte. Wir haben uns das auch letztes Jahr angeschaut und haben dort auch mit Menschen gesprochen, die da auf ihre Behandlung und auf ihre Untersuchung gewartet haben. Und dabei ist mir auch eines ganz, ganz stark in Erinnerung geblieben. Und zwar sind da eben von einer sehr geografisch weiter entfernten Einrichtung 2 Personen mit Behinderungen da gewesen und auch 2 Begleitpersonen. Und wir sind ein bisschen ins Gespräch gekommen und haben gesagt, ja, warum fahrt ihr von so weit her? Und die Antwort war ja, weil hier die Menschen wahrgenommen werden, weil man hier mit den Menschen in der Sprache spricht, die sie gut verstehen. Einerseits gibt es natürlich gebärdensprachkompetente Personen, Fachpersonal, aber es gibt eben auch einfache Sprache und es gibt vor allem auch das Wahrnehmen, was du vorhin gemeint hast, eben das Wahrnehmen der Personen, was sie benötigen. Und da haben wir eben auch wirklich dann gehört, dass es durchaus normal war, wenn man mit den Klientinnen aus der Einrichtung ins Krankenhaus geht, in ein anderes Krankenhaus geht, dass wenn beispielsweise auch eine Hüftoperation medizinisch angezeigt wäre, auch gesagt wurde, na, also bei der Person, das bringt ja nichts, die sitzt ja eh nur im Rollstuhl, was werden wir da jetzt eine große medizinische Operation machen? Also auch sozusagen Medical Gaslighting, wie das so schön neudeutsch heißt, dass einfach auch Menschen mit Behinderungen schlechtere medizinische Versorgung bekommen, weil sie eben Menschen mit Behinderungen sind. Und wie gesagt, da gibt es eben diese inklusive Ambulanz. Das ist auch eine sehr interessante Geschichte, die auch vorgestellt wurde auf der ZeroCon. Und wo eben vor allem auch natürlich der Schwerpunkt darauf liegt, in Gebärdensprache auch Fachpersonal zu haben und von A bis Z dort auch alle kompetent sind, das zu können. Und das ist eben auch ein wichtiger Aspekt, dass man sagt, man hat eben nicht die Sorge, dass man nicht gehört wird, wenn man eben eine medizinische Untersuchung oder Behandlung benötigt.
Ich wäre nicht die Vertreterin von Selbstbestimmt Leben Österreich, wenn ich jetzt nicht ein kleines Plädoyer für die persönliche Assistenz einwerfen würde, weil ich mir denke, dass die Begleitung und Unterstützung, die Menschen mit Behinderungen haben, durch ihre persönlichen Assistenten und Assistentinnen auch in diesem Bereich sehr hilfreich sein können, weil zum Beispiel, wenn es darum geht, ich nehme jetzt mich selbst, muss mich werden es nicht können, werden es nicht machen oder nicht so, dass es für mich angenehm ist. Wenn ich jetzt meine Assistentin mit mir habe, dann kann ich also hier viel anders agieren, als wenn ich jetzt sozusagen hilflos, mehr oder weniger hilflos ausgesetzt bin, was mit mir geschieht, und kann mit der Unterstützung meiner Assistentinnen, meiner Gebärdensprachdolmetsch oder meiner Begleitung mich besser durchsetzen und besser artikulieren, welche Bedürfnisse ich habe.
Ja, Assistenz ist, glaube ich, in jeder Lebenslage einfach der Schlüssel zur Unabhängigkeit und zur Selbstbestimmung. Wir würden eigentlich zum Schluss kommen. Die Konferenz war wirklich wie jedes Jahr sehr, sehr spannend und ich verwende das Wort eigentlich ungern in meinem beruflichen wie privaten Kontext, inspirierend im besten Sinne der Wortbedeutung, und möchte zum Schluss nochmal zum Anfang kommen. Beim Vortrag von Jeanette Burke ging es auch darum, wie man es ernst meint, wenn es um Inklusion geht. Und das habe ich sehr schön gefunden, weil sie auch gesagt hat, a budget is a moral document. Also ein Haushalt ist eine moralische Verpflichtung und Erklärung. Und ich glaube, das ist wirklich etwas, was man in Zeiten wie diesen auch immer wieder überlegen muss und auch in Erinnerung rufen muss. Und deshalb haben wir uns auch gefreut, dass es auch Politikerinnen gab, die dieses Jahr da waren. Aber vielleicht kommen nächstes Jahr noch mehr und schauen sich einfach auch Good-Practice-Beispiele an, die sie dann in ihrer Arbeit und in der politischen Verantwortung dann dementsprechend umsetzen. Und wir freuen uns schon.
Wir freuen
aufs nächste
uns
Jahr.
und wir freuen uns, wie du schon gesagt hast, auch wenn nächstes Jahr noch mehr Politikerinnen und Politiker dabei sind, weil diese Anregungen, diese praktischen Beispiele, die Sie hier sehen, daraus können alle lernen.
Genau. See you next year.
Hello, and once again, welcome to our Fireside Chat here in the Zero Project Conference 2026. Hello to the audience internationally and here live. We brought our colleagues and friends and a lot of other people watching us here on stage. Yeah, we're going to talk about accessible events, and we will also speak about and in easy language as good as we can. My name is Petra. I am usually the graphic facilitator here in the Zero Project Conference, but I'm also an expert on easy language. So I have the honor to have a conversation with Richard, who will just now introduce himself, and we'll talk about the topic of accessible events and why easy language is so important.
Thank you, Petra. My name is Richard Hamer. I work at Enable in Scotland, and we always have a saying which is demonstrate by doing. So today, I'm demonstrating by doing, by speaking, hopefully, with an easy language approach. Won't always work, but we'll make our best attempt.
Exactly, and we all have our different accents, so this is also one thing we have to consider when we speak to an international audience. Richard, let's get into it. We talked before, right now. What are some features in events that we should look for when we want to make them accessible for everyone?
I suppose there's a key aspect, and there was somebody speaking yesterday at the conference who spoke about the issue of people thinking about accessibility as wheelchair ramps, as handrails, but not is the information itself easy to understand. So I think, Petra, it's important from a human rights point of view, and Enable very much starts from the human rights point of view, that everyone can understand and take part in an event and have their views. Obviously, there's laws as well, so it's really important that we make those changes that help everyone understand what is being said, and to make sure that people get the help and the support to contribute properly to the event. But there's also just that common sense bit, which is we're an amazing organisation, amazing event, where hundreds of different languages are being spoken. It's quite amazing. And as a very poor language speaker myself, apart from English, then what works for me when I'm trying to speak a different language is to speak in small words, or to listen to somebody speaking in small words relatively slowly too. So that works for everyone.
Yeah, that's true. Decreasing the speed of speaking helps. It's not the only feature of easy language, but it does help. And you remember we just talked before, a conference like this, where there are so many people and so many speeches being held in very short slots, we realize that, as I just said, you have 8 minutes, and then you try to press in all the information in these 8 minutes, and actually the audience, no matter if they have a learning disability or not, are out of the game. It's like, okay, there was 8 minutes, and it was full of information, and I don't know if I grasped anything. How do you see that?
Oh, absolutely. But your graphic facilitation is interesting. So if we think about the amount of information you put on a sheet, it's very small compared to the amount of words that have been spoken in an event. Yet it's incredibly powerful, and it's very simple for people to remember. So I think there's something in that for us about how we think about how an event is planned, how it is actually delivered, and how we help those attending and those presenting to really communicate in an easy way. And that's not just when we go into one of the sessions here in a big room and listen to people speak. It's when we're having a coffee. It's when we're having a lunch, and we're talking to people. So that's the bit I think we need to work on to encourage people, because everyone's good. Everyone's good at changing their language to suit the situation.
Yeah, you just said before, right? It depends if you talk to your children or you're talking to your boss. You change your language anytime.
Absolutely. So when I came through security on Wednesday, what I wanted to say to the security staff was, hurry up, I want to get to the conference. But I didn't. I was very polite and was very restrained. And yes, when I speak to my boss, I probably swear less than I do with my friends in the bar.
You do swear? Sometimes.
And when I ask my children, what do you want to do in the future? I don't say to them, what is your considered perception on the best career to be thinking about? So we all moderate our language in daily life. I think we just need to remind people to do so at events to make sure that they are accessible.
Yeah, you said something very important. Use your common sense. And don't pretend you're speaking to children when you're trying to provide information in simpler words and simpler. Is that grammatically correct? I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm losing my language after 3 days. Being just more, considered on, am I using a difficult word, especially in German when we have all these fancy words explaining something. Or what helps me a lot when I try to translate into easier language, I look at my sign language interpreter colleagues and try to figure out what's the sign they are signing for this word. And then I'm like, I have to use my words for now, my hands for a second, but democracy, for instance, in Austrian Sign Language. So you free your hands and show that you're free. And with watching sign language and then putting that into spoken language, that helps me a lot, transferring things into, I hope, easier language.
That's interesting. I think also, and it's a very straightforward point to make, but there are always people who can help us to get better at improving language. So Heather, who I work with as a colleague and is also a self-advocate, and is here, just waving behind the camera at the moment, I asked her, how should we deliver easy language? So I'll quote from Heather.
Mm-hmm.
And Heather said, it's important, easy language, it's important so people can understand what you're saying. I constantly tell people off for using big words. Don't use big jargon or hard words that are difficult to understand. And that is very sensible and very straightforward. And I don't think it's beyond anyone attending a conference, anyone organizing a conference, or anyone speaking at a conference to have that in the back of their mind at all times.
Absolutely. This is exactly what I was trying to say before. Thank you, Heather, for putting it in so great words, making it understandable. One more thing about the so-called simple or easy language I figured out when working with self-advocates was that sometimes we assume too much of people that they already know. And then we tell people something, assuming that they know what we want to say. But sometimes I think we even have to step back and say, okay, what's the information behind it that I might have to deliver before I can say what I'm supposed to say? What's your
I think that's a really, really good point. Many years ago, when I was a younger person, I had a colleague, somebody I worked with, who would always use big language to try and show how good he was. And he talked of continuums. I had to go and look it up.
Okay.
And I suppose, so it's really important that we don't presume knowledge, but also, I suppose, Petra, I would say on the other side of things, it's always really, really important that we don't presume people do not have capacity simply because they don't understand what is happening in the conversation. So it's very easy to presume because somebody can't or is not being given easy language that they don't want to contribute, that they're not interested in contributing, or they don't understand what to say. And I think so our 2 points around that, I think are really solid things that people can use to improve their language.
Yeah, absolutely agree on that. Also, that's a matter of culture and ethics and how we face each other. The one thing is assuming that maybe I have to deliver more information than I was supposed to, but then on the other hand, assuming everybody's capable of understanding. One of the messages I always get from self-advocates is that I'm always being treated like a child, and people are talking to me like I'm an idiot. I'm not an idiot. I just might need a different way of explaining something, and please treat me as an equal. And that's one thing that really talks to my heart when I speak to people who are teaching me on what's the right thing to do.
Absolutely, and I think there's a big difference in a massive event with 1,000 people attending like this event, because we have to just try as well as we can to deal with so many different people's needs. But when we're holding a smaller event, I got to know Heather and also Holly, another of my colleagues here, many years ago at quite small events that they were running. And when we're holding a small event, we should be targeting, we should be really making sure that we understand each person's needs and really reflecting and ensuring that they have that individual thing that they need to help them engage, rather than generally providing something.
Yeah. As we were starting to wrap up the session, maybe these are the key points we should also deliver to our audience. Let's remember once again, I think from my point of view, the most important learning from 15 years of working with Zero Project, even though I haven't been here for 15 years, but almost, for all these years with the Zero Project Conference, for instance, the main learning we gathered was do it together. Come up with solutions together, have the experts involved and having them, they have a say on how the guiding system for the blind is supposed to work. How, of course, wheelchair accessibility, yes, I think all of us here, we do all our best for wheelchair accessibility, and then today we have this snow catastrophe in Vienna, and we had people stuck on the way from the subway station to come to the UN. So, again, do it together, learn from experience, be respectful towards each other, and yeah, come up with solutions together and don't think you know just because you heard something.
And I think we can learn. So I've been listening and learning, as I should, attending such an important event like this. And I attended the session that was called AI for NGOs, so Artificial Intelligence for Non-Governmental Organizations. And I suppose the thing I took away from there, Petra, was try it. Just start using it. So I thought, hold on. There was a line that somebody said at the session I was in, which I didn't really get. I didn't understand. So I thought, oh, ChatGPT. What will it do to make easy language? So I told ChatGPT, take the following line, Outputs was the title. We created a multilingual e-learning platform open to the public since 2024. I said, take that and put it in easy language. It gave me, we made a learning website in many languages that has been open to everyone since 2024. Now, Heather, my colleague, said, that's much better. I think it's much better. So we're all experts now. ChatGPT is our friend. We can go there and just try. Now, we need still the user input to make sure that it still works and it is sensible. But I think it's just one of the tools that are available to us, as long as just having a bit more of thought about how we do these things.
Yeah. I would even say we can close it up here, but we have a few more minutes. Let's look at our audience here, because hello online, but everybody behind the camera. What's your take on easy language? I mean, we don't have much time for an answer, but maybe you want to shout out something to us so we can tell it to the audience in the clear language. Yeah, so Heather is telling us to use clear language. Speaking a little bit slower, is that one thing? Yeah. Easy words. Yeah.
How have we done, Heather?
Yeah, please.
Yeah. Oh, we've done brilliantly.
Okay.
Hey, I'm taking that.
I'm taking that too. Thank you. Just for those of you who didn't hear, we got a very good. Okay. Well, we have 1 more minute left. What's your final message to our audience?
I think the most important thing to remember is to not think, oh, it's too difficult. I don't know. It would cost too much. I would need so much, because that's not always the case. So, and also we have to do the right amount of work for the size of organization, the size of event it actually is. So it's about just make an attempt. Use ChatGPT. Speak to people who are the experts, like my colleague Heather. Ask people, involve people. I suppose those are the sort of core things for people, but just don't be put off. Don't think it's too difficult, because it's not.
That's true. Yeah, so nothing about us without us. Use easy language, especially in a conference that's international. That's all I want to say.
Thanks, Petra.
Thank you. Bye.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Zero Project Conference 2026, where we are talking about accessibility, crisis response, and ICT. But something I feel was missing from many conversations that I had over the last 3 days is talking about policies and about strategies. And this is why I'm joined by two beautiful ladies from way back from Australia. And I love the Austria-Australian connection. You have kangaroos, we don't have kangaroos, even though people keep mixing that up. But what you do will have soon enough is a really working autism national strategy. And this is the topic of our today's conversation here. So let me give you the floor for introducing yourself. Maybe let's start with Claire.
Hello, everyone. My name's Claire. I use she, her pronouns. I was very fortunate to be the co-chair, the autistic co-chair for Australia's very first national autism strategy, and learned a lot about co-design and really effective ways of engaging with the community, and got to see the impact that that had, not just on the front-facing document that everybody can download, but also the way that that impacted future ways of working with government and, you know, set the standard, I think, for engagement with community. So it was pretty privileged.
And I had the pleasure of meeting Cheryl at the Autism Congress that we had in Dublin last year. Cheryl, can you introduce yourself now?
Yeah. So I'm Cheryl Mangan. I am the Chief Innovation Officer for Autism CRC, which is a research translation organisation based in Australia, and a network of partners all over Australia and New Zealand who are all working together to see equity and opportunity for autistic people. Our role in the National Autism Strategy was to help the government in terms of understanding what best practice evidence looked like in terms of what needed to happen in the strategy, and also in terms of inclusive community engagement.
So let's dig into it a little bit, if we can. When we are thinking about drafting an autism strategy, not only for the Australian perspective, but I think that you have the most evidence when it comes to that, what is the first step you need to take in order to draft a strategy that will be having the wisdom of the community, that will engage many stakeholders, and that will really address the needs of autistic people?
So I'll take that one. So I guess the first step in that process was really to understand what does the research say is best practice in terms of the areas that the strategy was covering. So areas like education, health, mental health, housing, justice system, all of these focus areas. And then in addition to that, and this was the work that we got to do, was actually work with the community to understand how do we best engage the community so that the most amount of people can have their say in the strategy itself. So that was kind of our starting point.
And getting a little bit deeper into that, how do we engage with the community?
Well, I mean, the team at the CRC did an amazing job, and what they did was, you know, using the things that Cheryl's just talked about, they really set the scene for us, for the autistic people and the community, to be able to engage at our optimal best, right? And that's so important. Cheryl and I were talking about it a little bit before we came to sit with you, and you know, what people don't necessarily see is the right engagement means that I don't have to then come to an engagement session thinking about managing all of my sensory needs. I know what to expect. I know who will be there. I know, you know, what I need to have, or you know, it's all there. And so I get to put my whole self into that, right? And that's hugely important. And what I also really love is that because we were all able to do that, it meant that government actually changed the way they think about us. They think about us as equal partners rather than, you know, a group of people that kind of have to be managed, because we could perform at our optimal best. And I've worked with government, look at the colour of my hair, I've worked with government for a really long time, and that's really new, and it's made a huge difference.
And I think that it's also something very unique for you because you didn't concentrate only on, let's say, one side of the spectrum. We very often engage with other foundations and they are saying, oh, we are helping people who, for example, are verbal and are on the autistic spectrum, or oh, we are focusing on those persons who have both ADHD and are on the spectrum, etc., etc. So can you tell me a little bit more about the diverse groups you interacted with and how you did it?
Yeah, absolutely. So absolutely critically, the first part of it was actually working with an autistic advisory group to understand who those communities were. And so once we understood that, we also went back to the research to understand what does best practice say positive engagement with those communities look like. But we were really, I guess, the first phase of the National Autism Strategy included a massive national survey where we had 1,000 responses from the community, from all stakeholders, parents, carers, autistic individuals, professionals, policymakers, which was fantastic. It was great to see such a rich range of people and stakeholders come forward. But what we were really challenged around was, what about those people who have not come forward? What about those people for which a survey is actually not accessible because of technology, because of language, because of the big words, as we were talking about in the previous conversation? And so the work that we were commissioned by the Department of Health to do was to actually go out to those communities that didn't come forward in the survey and actually try and reach those groups. So they were culturally and linguistically diverse, people who had very high and complex needs, perhaps were living in a residential care setting, people who had an intellectual disability, parents and carers, so that we could understand the lived experience. So we had a team of 18, and when I talk about this work, I cannot talk about it without talking about the 18 strong team that we had behind this, majority autistic, working with us to go into people's homes, to run interviews, to give people an opportunity to have their say in the strategy and to talk about what's important to them in terms of health and mental health in the way that they could best express themselves.
Can I add to that too?
Yes, please.
Because of the work that the team had done in the beginning, we had a lot of information. And when we got to the point of writing the draft, we went back and checked. It was really important to me as the co-chair, but I know my other autistic council members, that we would create a document that anyone in Australia who was autistic could see themselves in. It wasn't just for a select few. I have friends with intellectual disability who are autistic. I wanted them to see themselves in that document too. So using the same methodology that we'd learned, we went back and sense checked. And we had to make changes because we'd got some of the things wrong, and that's okay. But yeah, I think it really led to a much better, I guess, product, if you want to use that word, but at the end of it, because it was so, and that this team had helped us, or had really created trusted relationships to make it possible to do that, right?
I think one of the, let's say, buzzwords that was even at the corporate session, for example, with Panasonic there, was the importance of co-design. You cannot build something for a group of people without that group of people. If we want persons with disabilities, no matter what kind of a disability it is, you cannot address their needs without knowing what the needs are. And I think that you are a living proof of how to make that co-design work in policies, because I think it's not something that is very common. Like, I remember when Autism Act was being enacted in the UK way back, it was such a struggle for the National Autistic Society to push through, to bring it to the table even if they had the government support. So I think that seeing the government of Australia being so open and actually not starting with only the small component of healthcare, but doing a full strategy going through all kinds of topics, I think this is truly remarkable. And I think that it brings me to one last question for you. What is the core of the strategy? So if another policymaker would like to scale it or think about bringing a similar solution to their country, what they would find in the national autistic strategy in Australia?
Wow. I think if someone else was looking at what we have landed with, I think that there's a lot of importance that needs to be put on the things that they don't see. There are so many issues impacting people who are, autistic people in Australia. How do you choose a select few to put in a strategy? So it's things like it's a long-term commitment. It's things like, really stopping and reflecting on what we've already tried that's worked. Can we scale it? Those sorts of things. They're maybe not immediately obvious. The other thing that I think I want to come back to the importance of the work that Cheryl and the team did. By creating the optimal work, helping the government to understand, and by creating the optimal working environments for us to come in and have, we actually had the capacity to have the really hard conversations. Right? Had we had to manage a whole bunch of things and go in and have these conversations, it would have been really quite challenging to talk about some of the issues. What do you leave in? What do you leave out? This is a group of people that we've heard are having these really big impacts, but it's not in scope. What do we do? And we could challenge as equal partners. And really, again, I keep coming back. I don't know if they understand the impact of the work that they did, but we could be our best because of the way that we were set up for success in the first part. And I think you said it best, Cheryl. Like, it's not. It's a long. How did you phrase it before? About it being like a long-term thing that we were just talking about. It's not investing in a long-term, carefully planned. She says it better than me. I don't know why I'm trying to take it for her, but yeah, those are the sorts of things you don't see. And one last thing, and I'll let Cheryl finish it up. It actually changed the way that the government was treating its own employees. And because they were setting up all of these optimal working conditions for us, and we would come in to Canberra as this council, and they'd set it all up perfectly, and then they'd take it away when we left. And they had all of these autistic employees going, and so they changed that. And they created those internal processes. So, yeah, I mean, maybe I went off track. I want to do that, but what I really want them to do is they've got to actually, they can read the strategy, they can look at the strategy, and then they've got to come and talk to us and dig deeper, because there's so much more that you won't see to make that happen.
Yeah. Anything to add to that, Cheryl?
I do have something to add to that. And I guess I really want to give a shout out to the organisations that we worked with. Because I don't know if you know, but the geography of Australia is massive, right? It's massive. So Claire and I live on opposite sides of the country. For us to drive to each other continuously, that would be about a week. So
5-hour flight.
It's massive. And so we actually, when we were approaching this work, we really looked for organisations and partners that were values aligned, that had the same core and the same heart and commitment to co-design and co-production and co-leadership of autistic people, and then worked with and through them and equipped them to have conversations with their own community. And I think this is what you were trying to say, Claire, that one of the really important things about the way that we approached this work was because the organisations that we partnered with, and there were some 15 across Australia, those were organisations that had already established and trusted relationships, which meant that they were there 5, 10, 15 years ago supporting the community before we even came in here and went, okay, we've got to work out how do we reach this community. And they would continue to support autistic individuals well after we left the building. So, and then even if we could actually access and fly all over the country to these communities, why the hell would they talk to us? Why would they trust us? And so I guess we borrowed the trust of those organisations and tried to equip them to have conversations with their own and do that in a way that we could report back to government in a way that they would listen. And I believe they did. I really, truly believe they did.
And I think we are already in the red line, but do you have a very quick call to action to anyone who is listening to us here or online?
I love that she asked the lady with ADHD to be very quick. Yes, you in your countries, like, let's get real. Autistic people need certain levels of support. And yes, it takes a little bit of hard work in the beginning to get it all set up right, but the outcome at the end will change not just the lives of autistic people, but it will change the way that you work more successfully with people with all types of disabilities.
Exactly, because what I believe in is that if something is working for autistic people, it's actually working for any kind of people.
That's right.
Anything to add, Cheryl?
Just the importance of working with and through others and just not having the arrogance to assume that you can actually do everything yourself and not having the arrogance that your neurotype can necessarily have the same conversation that other people can have if they're speaking to their own communities as well. And so I guess that's the challenge that I put to everybody and think about in this context, in this conference, in all those meetings that you're having, thinking about what can you do together that you actually couldn't do alone.
And with that, I'm concluding this Fireside Chat. Thank you all for listening, and thank you for coming here from Australia to talk about this.
Thank you, Margaret.
Thank you.
And I usually do the countdown myself. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good afternoon. I'm Tom Butcher of the Zero Project here in Vienna on the last day of our conference. I'm here also with Sipat Wamdunur founder and CEO of HOKO Innovation in Ethiopia, award winner this year. Sadly, Sipat cannot be with us, so I'm with him virtually. HOKO is a developer of an accessible sewing technology that unlocks jobs for persons with disabilities. I don't know much about it, so I'm going to ask you, Sipat, if you could kick off things by telling us a little bit about HOKO yourself, and then in particular, the innovation that is involved and the problem that it solves, or indeed problems that it solves. So, Sipat, over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Thomas, and thank you, everyone. Hello, everyone. Thank you very much. This opportunity. My name is Sebat Ondemno. I'm a fashion and apparel manufacturing engineer, and I'm founder and CEO of HOKO Innovation for Disability Empowerment and Social Enterprise based in East Africa, Ethiopia. And I'm a young African man with dark chocolate color face, and I'm wearing white and black dot polo shirt. And I'm gonna share you about HOKO. HOKO is the removing a barrier and create opportunity. This is generally about HOKO.
Excellent. Can you tell us about your innovation and what problem it solves?
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. HOKO Innovation is a social enterprise. We design, develop inclusive industrial machine work solution to create accessible employment opportunity for persons with disability, especially in garment and fashion industry. This innovation was born both personal experience and professional experience. When I'm growing up, my father was visually impaired, working incredible hard to support our family, but I saw how inaccessible system limited his opportunity, not because he lacked ability, but because the environment was not designed for inclusion. Then later, when I became a fashion and apparel manufacturing engineering, and I started working in factories, I saw the same exclusion happening at industrial level. You know, my profession is the garment engineer, so industrial sewing machine, one of the most important equipment or tools in garment manufacturing, are designed with foot pedal. It requires specific physical movement and assume every user has the same physical ability. This creates a major barrier. A million of skilled and talented are excluded for employment, not because they cannot do work, but because tools themselves are not accessible. This problem, HOKO Innovation exists to solve. So we redesign and adapt industrial sewing machine to remove physical barrier. Our inclusive machine eliminates inaccessible foot pedal dependency and improve ergonomic accessibility, allowing persons with different physical ability, including wheelchair user and person with lower limb disability, to operate the machine independently, safely, and efficiently. What is the means in practice in life changing? A person who was previously excluded from employment can now work, earn income, and support their family and regain independency. So our goal is not just to build a machine, our goal is to transform the machine sector, inclusive ecosystem where disability is not seen as limitation, but an opportunity for innovation, inclusion, and human empowerment. So when technology becomes inclusive, opportunity becomes inclusive.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. I've got two questions. When did you actually start your initiative, Sipat?
This innovation I started well earlier. You know, I told you earlier my dad is a visual
Yes.
impaired.
Yeah.
So I was experienced when I child time. I was experienced, but I was joining the university and graduating the university before 11 years.
Yes.
And my final thesis also, when I'm graduating thesis is the disability inclusive industrial machine. So when I developed before 11 years.
Wow. So it's been around and it's tested, tried and tested.
Yeah. I tried and tested.
That's excellent. My next question is, can you please tell us a little more about how your innovation empowers persons with disabilities? If you could just expand, particularly in the area of jobs.
Sure. HOCO innovation empowering with disability by removing barriers and replacing them with opportunity. The first level empowerment in access inclusive technology. We design industrial sewing machines that are accessible and ergonomically adapted. This machine allow persons with disability, including wheelchair user and those with mobility impairments, to operate them independently without relying on accessibility full foot pedal and physical reactive control. This resource independence, instead of depending on other individuals, can work confidently and productively on their own. So the second level of empowerment is economical opportunity. With accessibility machine, person with disability can work in garment, fashion, and apparel sector. This creates income, financial independence, and long-term sustainability. Economically independence is one of the most powerful forms of empowerment. It's transform life, facility, family, community, also social interaction. The third one is informed social transformation. We work with organization, training center, manufacturer, and employment to introduce inclusive technology and promote accessible work. This helps change perception. So we empower the social transformation too. And instead of seeing disability is an inability, employing begins seeing ability, talented, and productivity.
Great. Excellent. And I've just got a couple of detailed questions before going to the future. So presently at home in Ethiopia, in how many regions have you your innovative sewing machines? Are they throughout the country or are they just really around the capital?
Sure. When we are starting before in the another Amhara region, different region they have in our country, like 12 regions.
Yes.
So we implementing before the Amhara region when we are starting the project. Then we are backing to the capital city of Addis Ababa. Then we implementing different cities, sub-cities in Addis. So we train almost 156 plus employment by selfies, and right now we out of Addis in Oromia region we are starting around 600 people we are trying to implementing.
Great, thank you very much indeed. So, Sipat, thinking of the future, what's your vision for the future of inclusive workplaces in Africa and indeed beyond Africa?
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. This is my vision is the future where inclusive workplace are the global standard, not the exception. A future where persons with disability have equal access tools, opportunity and employment across Africa and beyond. My home continent of Africa to one of the youngest and the fastest growing population. I think Austria is maybe in Ethiopia twice of one of Australia. In like around 20 million people who live with disability. So which means twice of Austria. So this is a population fasting growing in Africa population in this time.
Yeah.
So including million of persons with disability who have talent, creativity, and potential, yet many remains excluded due to inaccessible infrastructure and tools like that. So this is not just a social challenge, and also an economical opportunity. By investing in inclusive innovation, Africa can unlock millions of skilled workers and strengthen in manufacturing and industrial sector. So through HOCO innovation, our vision to scale inclusive industrial machine across Africa and establish inclusive production center where persons with disability work independently, productively, and with dignity. We are also working partner with government, NGOs, industrial leaders, and global organizations. Beyond Africa, I believe inclusive design must become a globally priority because when we design person with disability, we create solutions that benefit everyone. Inclusion drive innovation, inclusion drive economic growth, inclusion drive human progress. My vision is not only to build inclusive machine, but to help build inclusive world and a world where no one is excluded because of inaccessible design, and a world where every person, regardless of ability, has the opportunity to work, contribute, and thrive.
Great. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
So we're just coming to the end. And as I mentioned at the beginning, before we went online, can you please give our audience here, those people watching on YouTube and those people listening, just one very brief call to action, Sipat?
Right now, we are trying to inclusive the industrial industries for everyone, accessible workplace. We removing the barriers. Everyone, every depend on the profession. This is my profession actually. So everyone to try removing the barriers from the sectors, maybe like me in the manufacturing sector. So I'm sending this message for everyone to build and accessible the workplace for everyone. Because next time we don't know. We are right now we are not the, which means we are not non-disabled right now, but we never know tomorrow.
Yeah.
So we must be accessible the workplace for everyone.
Great. Thank you very much indeed. Sipata, I really appreciate your time. I have no idea what time it is with you in Ethiopia. Is it the evening with you or the afternoon?
Yeah. It's evening. Yeah. Afternoon, almost
Afternoon.
Come to evening.
Great.
Yeah.
Well, have yourself a very good evening, and thank you very much indeed for sharing what you've done. I think it's absolutely superb, and I hope sometime we might be able to see you here in Austria. But in the meantime, all the very best. Increase the number from 600 to 1,000 to 2,000, and with that, I will bid you goodbye, and goodbye to my viewers here and everywhere. And thank you once again, Sipat.
Thank you very much, Mr. Thomas.
That's okay.
Good afternoon, and welcome to today's Fireside Chat at Zero Conference 2026 in UN in Vienna, Austria. My name is Irina Trukhimenko, and I am from Ukraine. I'm going to learn together with you today from our Fireside Chat expert on a topic inspired by UNESCO initiative, how media coverage of climate action can be inclusive of persons with disability. As climate change intensifies, the role of media becomes even more critical, not only in reporting impacts, but in shaping solutions, informing policy dialogue, and delivering life-saving information during emergencies. Today, with us, we have an expert in this field, Irmgarda Kasinskaite-Budeberg. As we know, too often media coverage frame people with disabilities primarily as victims in climate disasters. One of the key themes in UNESCO's guidance is moving beyond stereotypes. Irmgarda, welcome to our Fireside Chat today. We are so glad to have you here. Please tell us a little bit about yourself, what you do, and what does inclusive climate coverage mean in your own words?
Good afternoon, and thank you very much, Irina, for introducing me. So I'm Irmgarda Kasinskaite-Budeberg. I'm an advisor for communication information, and my work is related to promotion of media pluralism and diversity around the world, and I come from UNESCO headquarters in Paris. So very happy to be here, and as well part of the excellent conference organized by the Zero Project. Your question is very important because in current situation, the inclusive climate coverage means what all voices have to be heard and represented. And it means people with disabilities have to be part of that. And what we see very often, it's not necessarily what people with disabilities are seen as information sources who could provide at the same time credible and reliable information. And we are not necessarily seen as experts and opinion leaders. And this is why it is important that in climate reporting, media professionals would consider people with disabilities as those who can contribute to the discussions, to the public debate, as well as contribute with their expertise and knowledge. As media influences public attitudes and social norms. So this is why it is important that media would not exclude an important part of your audiences with disabilities from the coverage, especially when it comes to climate reporting and in situations which might require immediate reaction, dealing with public authorities, emergency crews, and many other stakeholders who are involved in, for instance, natural disaster-related situations. And that's what's important, what media would be prepared in advance. And UNESCO invites media organizations to develop plans in advance to make clear what list of contacts to establish partnerships with civil society organizations which represent people with disabilities. But we would be prepared and know what in those situations, this is what we have to do, and what are the targets, what are the performance indicators, but we would be able to react instead of trying to experiment.
Thank you. Thank you for your answer. Based on insights from UNESCO Model Disaster Preparedness and Response Plan for Media Institutions, how can Newsroom build the institutional readiness, training, and leadership commitment needed to deliver reliable, accessible information during climate-related emergencies, ensuring that persons with disabilities are both reached effectively and engaged as crisis time communicators?
We work together with media outlets around the world During last few years, we built capacities in Bangladesh, Myanmar, Zambia, in countries like Syria and Ukraine, Tanzania. And we've learned what each time when there are capacity building workshops, depending on the audience, where we are the executives of media houses, editors, reporters, or technical staff, that's what we have to adjust to the leadership positions. What kind of role and functions those representatives of those media institutions do and accomplish in the workplace. And I can give you an example that leadership is always important, and we start our work usually from discussions with executives. And that means managers of media houses, media institutions, media outlets, public service broadcasting corporations. And we try to convince them and to introduce actually disability equality from a perspective where it's not something extra, it's not something additional, but once the disability equality is a part of the professional standards, it contributes as well building more trust in media institutions. It improves storytelling by enriching with people with disabilities, experiences and knowledge. At the same time, it helps as well to improve accessibility of the content. And most importantly, in current environment where many media institutions face financial difficulties, it as well contributes to provide new services to new customers, new consumers, and that creates new revenues for media institutions. So leadership is important, and this is why we invite in particular executives, managers to take into account disability equality as a part of professional standards, as well as to improve with management practices and operations. That means we're recruiting more media professionals with disabilities, and those who acquire disabilities during their duty times, for instance, those very often reporting in conflict situations, maybe some of the media professionals as well are exposed to other type of extreme situations related to environmental, natural disaster situations. So these accommodations have to be made as well when media professionals come back to the outlets, and we can continue working and doing their work.
Thank you. As I mentioned, I'm from Ukraine, and I heard you said that UNESCO supports Ukraine. So UNESCO supports media institutions in Ukraine during time of crisis, and which is great, and we are so grateful for this. Tell us about what you do in Ukraine. How did UNESCO support, strengthens Ukrainian ability to deliver accessible and disability inclusive information across the country to ensure people with disabilities are both reached effectively and represented as experts and communicators? I heard about the workshops for Ukrainian media executives, about Donbass Media Forum 2024. I would like to hear about this, please, from you.
Thank you, Irina, for this question. That's one of the work what we do, one areas what we do in conflict, ongoing conflict situation countries or post-conflict like Syria. And one of the capacity building workshops what we organized was in Ukraine, in Kiev, in November 2024. And it was interesting experience and very enriching experience for us as well, because the practical manual what we designed for media professionals on disability equality was prepared for everyone, but its application can be very different depending on the country situation. So this helped us actually to learn even more what are the issues with Ukrainian media and journalists in particular, editors are dealing, and technical crews when they cover different types of situations and produce stories from frontline or those in covering investigative stories on public spending, and many other things which can come together as a part of storytelling. So we team up with Donbass Media Forum. For those who don't know or not familiar, it is one of the forums which takes place every year and brings together major media outlets from Ukraine and journalists, international media, international organizations, and many other ones who support free and independent press in Ukraine. And it was the first time where we agreed that we would bring together such an issue as disability equality. And I can tell you what media plays a particular role in situations like when the country is in open, ongoing conflict or war, because the number of people with disabilities is increasing rapidly, and it is not only civil population, but as well as among media professionals. And this is why I work together with executives in Ukraine, executives of media outlets. We identify a number of important aspects which have to be taken into account related to the contractual arrangements, insurances, what are the arrangements made when media professionals come back after the assignments. And there are many issues which have to be taken into account. And maybe just to conclude, we had capacity building workshop as well in Kiev with number of media outlets which work in the front line and central areas of Ukraine. And it was interesting to see how much knowledge around and how much dedication is, and at the same time as well, willingness to learn more about accessible formats and to improve management practices. And after this workshop, we supported those outlets, and we wanted to help them to improve the editorial policies and content production in particular, to make content more accessible and inclusive. So we provided mentorship support during 1 month, and we saw that very interesting stories were developed afterwards related to people with disabilities in Ukraine.
Thank you so much for all your support, especially that you do in Ukraine. So we are moving forward to close our fireside chat today. And as we close, what is the message you would like to leave for media leaders who are already on the journey of inclusive climate coverage, or who wants to start this journey, and also for people who are listening to us today?
The key message what I would like to share with you and leave it this discussion is that leverage matters. It means that there are different stakeholders in the field of disability field, and one of them is media sector. So we have to work together and to share knowledge and experience and what could be helpful and useful to produce more accessible content, more inclusive storytelling, and how to improve management practices. The second part of the message, I would like to say that practical tools, standards, and resources are available. So there is no need to wait. You can act today. UNESCO Practical Manual on Disability Equality, the model policy on disaster preparedness, the guidelines on digital platforms governance are available for everyone, and they can be used. And the third one, let's not forget, then media is inclusive in their reporting. It is about rights and dignity of people with disabilities. It is as well about democratic inclusion and financial sustainability of media institutions around the world.
Thank you so much. Thank you for joining us today, Imgarda, for sharing with us this critically important information that awakens our awareness how important the topic of inclusive climate coverage is. Thank you for joining us today, and let's make inclusive media coverage to be focused not only on impact on persons with disability, which is important, but also on their equality, which is their influence and their leadership in the times of crisis. Until the next time.
Hello, good afternoon. Welcome live from the Zero Project Conference 2026 at the Vienna International Center. My name is Anna Königseder. I'm the Director for Business Partnerships and Operations within the Zero Project team. And I'm very happy to welcome two wonderful speakers today online, who join us online. So hello, Deborah. Hello, Steve. Deborah Rue, who is the founder of Billion Strong, founder also Rue Global Impact, and of course, Zero Project Ambassador, who supports us since very many years already, and a lot of many other roles that you have, Deborah, but we have to keep it short today. And Steve Tyler, welcome, newly appointed CEO of Billion Strong. Very nice to meet you online today. And so I think we have a lot to talk about, so let's dive directly into it. And so as the first questions for our participants here in Vienna, but also online. So Deborah, Billion Strong has evolved from an idea to really into a global movement. And so I think everyone would be interested in knowing where is Billion Strong today and why is this movement so important for disability-led leadership?
Well, Anna, thank you so much for inviting us to be here. We are very excited. And I want to say hello to all my friends out that are attending the wonderful conference or attending it like I am online. And I love that we have that option. But I also want to thank Zero Conference because the Zero Project Conference, because y'all been very supportive of the Billion Strong movement. So when we first started it, and I announced it at the Zero Project. So, but when we first started, we were looking at it as an identity organization. How do we make sure that we are included? We people living with disabilities, especially when so many of us have hidden or invisible disabilities. How do we really keep this movement going? What I didn't anticipate was certainly the DEI attacks and the woke attacks. But at the same time, it continues to tell us how important it is for us all to come together with pride and really have people that have lived experiences with disabilities heard in different ways. And so I'm very excited about where we're going with Billion Strong. We've continued to be growing quietly in the background. We're still having funding challenges. Who isn't? But whatever. We believe it's very important, and we have a lot of countries involved. To date, we have 115 countries involved, and we're really, really excited about the announcement that we're going to give today. So back over to you, Anna.
Thank you, Deborah. Steve, would you like to add something to this question?
Billion Strong. Well, firstly, I'd like to thank the previous people involved in Billion Strong, especially Lamondre Poe, who a number of you will know, previous CEO. He, I guess, took it from the idea to where we are today, the 115 country representation. And my job now is to take it to the next chapter. What we're driven by, I guess, is in a world where there is now accessibility legislation, there is assistive technology and more accessible technology. There are more opportunities in many respects, and that's what we would all say, I think, on the face of it. And yet we see from report after report, unemployment rates are still pretty dismal. Educational attainment rates for people with disabilities are pretty abysmal. We've still got a situation where 95% of web home pages fail basic accessibility testing. So I think our position is that we need to revise the strategies that we've been using. We need a movement to be strong and unified around some of the things that need to happen, including unifying to fix problems that are there for the taking. In terms of solutions. And the key issues that we want to focus on right this second are building membership, which is what we're busy doing now, working with the university and college sector to enhance the kind of guidance that's given to students and so on, and to focus on becoming a convener to make sure that people are represented at the right tables.
Thanks a lot. So Deborah, in preparation of this fireside chat, you talked a lot about leading by example. So this is one of the core principles. So perhaps you could explain a little bit, what does this look like in practice, especially when it comes to leadership, hiring persons with disabilities, and ensuring full physical and digital accessibility?
Great question, Anna. And I just think that it's time for the disability organizations, the disability community, those of us with disabilities, those of us that are OPDs, organizations of persons with disabilities, to actually lead forward. We need to be hiring people with disabilities. We need to be openly talking about our own lived experience with disabilities if we have them. We need to be innovative. We need to be the groups that everybody looks at and say, and I will tell you, I've talked to many organizations that they don't hire anybody with disabilities, even though they are a disability organization. And so I think it's really time for us actually to stop pointing fingers at everybody else and saying, I am so tired of you corporations being so inaccessible. Well, how about us? I am tired of the largest disability organizations in the world not hiring us, not supporting us, not being fully accessible themselves. That 95% that Steve mentioned, well, that's disability organizations too. So it's time for us to stand up and be innovative. Expect disability organizations to include us in ways that have not done, and expect disability organizations to support and promote each other, like what we do with Zero Project. Steve?
I think so far we can be very proud of some of the moves forward that we have all made, and the people around the Zero Project kind of table and elsewhere have been massive contributors to that. But it strikes me now that when you look at the data, what we've managed to do against the odds, strangely, is to stop some of those numbers going in reverse. So rather than accessibility being a given, what we've managed to do is, through the new technologies, through some of the legislation, through the standards and regulatory activity, through academic research and so on, we've managed to prevent a reversal. And that's not good enough, really, and we want to see a step change around that.
So there is a next step, a next chapter in the movement of Billion Strong that you would like to announce in this session. So Deborah, I think you will talk about what we already described in the Fireside Chat also, at the Disability Organization Inclusion Index. So what is it exactly, and how do you hope it helps disability organizations and the broader ecosystem, of course, to move forward together?
Well, first of all, Anna, thank you for always being such a supporter. I love Zero Project, but you personally, I really, really appreciate how supportive you've been and allowing us to announce it. But yes, we have created, and I am the lead author, and I'll tell you why I'm saying that, is because some people probably aren't going to be pleased with this, but it is time for us to hold ourselves accountable. So we are introducing the Disability Organization Inclusion Index, and we are looking at, we are going to be looking at 500 disability organizations around the world, but we're starting with 50. We're going to start with the largest of the disability organizations all over the world. We're not just going to look at it from the US and the UK and Europe. We're actually looking at the largest disability organizations, 50 in the world. Now, of course, they aren't equal, because funding in some countries is better than others. We understand that, but we do have expectations with the index, like, do you have disability representation? You know, are you actually, you know, are you accessible? Is your website accessible? Are your apps, or your meetings, or your, you know, you're digitally and physically? Now, what we're not trying to do is embarrass anybody. What we want to do is take just a look at what is being represented by public records. You're telling us who you are. We're going to look at that. We're going to do an index, and then we're not going to do grading at first or anything like that. We just want to take a look at ourselves and say, wow, what could we do to be better? Thank you, Anna. I'll pass it over to you so Steve can come.
Steve, would you like to add something to this in explanation of this inclusion index?
As Deborah said, it's awkward, because whenever you put the mirror up to yourself, it can be a little bit, destabilizing. It can be a little bit embarrassing. But I think what we're trying to do is empower the organizations that represent us. So, yes, understand where they are, but the objective is, but let's move to where we all want to be, where people who have disabilities drive the organization that purports to represent them one way or the other. And we want to see that change over the next 3 to 5 years.
So I think we should use also this occasion that many disability organizations are watching today and also their allies. So is there one specific wish or invitation that you would like to address to them? I don't know who would like to go first, Deborah or Steve? You can choose.
I'll go first and then give Steve the last comment. But I also want to say one thing we're doing, we're using a hashtag that actually Lamondre Pugh, the former CEO, and he's still engaged with Billion Strong, created. It's called We Are Billion Strong. We are billion strong. Our community is so strong. We need to come together, stop fighting, stop competing, and innovate and say, oh, you want some good examples of how to hire people that are deaf and blind? Let me show you this organization that has been so successful, so innovative, so amazing, so inclusive and accessible. Let's be the best practices. That is what we challenge. And as Steve said, this is not about embarrassing anyone. This is content that is made available. So if you're a disability organization and you don't talk about your members that have disabilities, it's an opportunity to realize, oops, I need to do that. So, and also we want to help these organizations be more accessible and more inclusive. We're bringing our community together to show you where we all are and how we can do it. And I think it's hopeful. Steve, let me give it over to you.
Given who we're talking to, the Zero Project, and a lot of you represent academic organizations and research organizations, 2 things we're trying to do: bring the voice of people with disabilities to the table and have a platform that makes that possible, but also be the gateway into all things disability research. We're looking for university and college partners that can help us make that happen and help us become that gateway so that we become a knowledge hub around our subject area. So very, very keen to hear from anybody that would be interested in engaging in that.
So thanks a lot to both of you. So we would encourage every organization, disability-led organizations, to really get in touch with Deborah and Steve and participate in this Disability Inclusion Index. And I think you can find more information on the website of Billion Strong, but also if someone would like to get connected to Deborah, please also don't hesitate to contact us. And so thanks a lot. Or is there, well, we have 1 minute left. So if there's anything else that you would like to add, Deborah or Steve?
I would just say that we are so strong, and if we came together, if we really were accountable to ourselves and innovative, we could change it so that we're not, like Steve said, going backwards, trying to hold our spot. We want to be included. Steve?
Let's reverse the current situation where there are lots of opportunities. We need to make those available to people with disabilities, and one way or another, we need to review where we are and remedy those challenges.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot to both of you for joining us online. Deborah, a personal message also to you. You're dearly missed here in Vienna, and really hope to see you in person very soon. And I wish both of you really all the best for this initiative. And anyhow, of course, Zero Project is a big supporter of Billion Strong, as also Deborah has supported us since so many years already. So thanks also for this. It's the occasion to thank you officially also for your support. And so everyone, stay tuned for interesting fireside chats coming up. I say thank you for listening in. Thank you for joining Deborah and Steve. And I wish you all a nice afternoon. And Deborah and Steve, to you a nice day. And I say thank you for listening, and hope to see some of you in person a little bit later, and then online for further fireside chats. Goodbye from the Zero Project Conference 2026. Ciao.
Thank you.
Welcome to this fireside chat on inclusive healthcare. We planned to introduce ourselves, what we are doing, and then ask between us what could be interesting. And I think if there are urgent questions from the auditorium, we want to embed it, because it is always good to have some interaction. So perhaps let me start. I'm Johannes Fellinger. I'm a neurologist, psychiatrist, and child neurologist, having been working in serving deaf people in healthcare since the early 90s, but also setting up clinics for people with complex disabilities, with multidisciplinary teams, always based in hospitals to use all the facilities. So the specialized services is one side, and the other side is, of course, to promote accessibility in general. So that is a very brief introduction what we're actually doing. And now I hand over. Please introduce yourself.
Thank you. I'm Jennifer Ria, and I serve as the Chief Strategy Officer for I Am Boundless, which is based in Ohio in the United States. And I'm very excited to talk today about our Boundless Health Clinic, which is an integrated outpatient setting that includes primary care, dentistry, psychiatry, behavioral health, and speech-language pathology services. And the thing that makes it unique is that in the United States, the rest of the world really sort of builds for the general population, but then says, oh, well, people with disabilities can come too. But it's not built for them. It's not created with their needs in mind. And we really did the opposite. We created everything and started from the foundation, building around the needs of people who are neurodivergent, people with disabilities, people with behavioral health conditions, and then said the rest of the world can come. And amazingly, as we've built this, it's almost become 50-50 of people with disabilities and people who don't have a stated or acknowledged disability using our health services just because they're great. And we find that universal design is attractive to all humans.
That's a very interesting contrast. We are also, actually, we have a quite similar scope. We serve people with complex needs, and therefore we have a concept of health, including physical health, mental health, social health, and using all the disciplines of the hospital. But we created that safe space with specialized colleagues who have extra time and training to really focus on the problems our patients with disabilities have, let's say on cerebral palsy or complex epilepsy, or the clinics serving deaf people, competence in sign language, but also much more than only sign language. So we are not allowing mainstream population to use those facilities because they would easily flood us.
Yeah.
How do you handle that?
You know, you point out two really important things, and one is the extra time that's needed.
Yeah.
And in the U.S., with the way healthcare is funded, it's a time-based system, or it's a code-based system, and you don't necessarily get paid for more time if you go beyond a certain amount. So that's very, very challenging. So at this point, honestly, I think not a lot of people know about us. And the more people that know about us, the busier we get. Because you're absolutely right. When people realize, oh, these doctors, not only are they specializing experts, they're going to spend extra time. They're going to really, really spend the point to connect at the human level. But yeah, at this point, honestly, we are not yet overwhelmed because we're relatively new.
Okay, but that will happen. So I warn you really to keep that space protected. We have to negotiate hard with the governments and health insurance to give that extra time and to pay the colleagues who are able to specialize. And really we have to defend this space because medicine is under stress everywhere.
That's true.
And time is money for many doctors. And so if we don't have the preferred, but not luxury, but necessary extra attention, the majority will take over.
You mentioned about the specialty, and we were talking about this before we started, and I was commenting on the fact that in the United States, in most healthcare disciplines, there is not a program in the graduate training in medical schools, in the different programs to actually specialize in understanding the needs or serving the needs of people with disabilities, and how challenging that is, because essentially we often are in the place of creating our own experts. That we're hiring people who come with their expertise and maybe a passion or an interest in serving people with disabilities, but then we have to create those experts. And it sounds like maybe that's different here.
It starts to improve. We have now a curriculum accepted by the Medical Doctors Association to promote the skills of doctors from different disciplines to serve people with disabilities. That is quite brand new. In Germany, they have that for a longer time, and they have health centers for deaf people, even by law, which is quite unique in the world. Yeah. And I know in the US, there's one association of American neurologists, very small, who are interested in the field, but they are not running clinics. And what I liked when I saw your project, that you are multidisciplinary.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we really find that the integration is key and critical, because so many people with disabilities need to see lots of different aspects of healthcare, and at least in the United States, and I think this is pretty universal, often the different specialties are very siloed. Yeah. And coordinating between them and accessing the different kind of care is just a huge burden on families, a huge burden on people with disabilities to navigate that. So by bringing them together, it's really transformational for so many people, and being able to not only access it easier, but then have all of those providers, all those disciplines talking and collaborating and making sure that we're all collectively seeing the whole person and thinking about the big picture. It makes such a huge difference.
Even the topic how to bring one person with a very stressful reaction from one to the other is a challenge. So for me, one of the metaphors is Formula One. When the car is coming in, all the technicians put the wheels and fuel and everything in check. And that is how we have to serve, not stressful, but gentle, but to use the person being present and work around the person. Is that happening with you as well?
It is. I have an example of that you reminded me of with the Formula One analogy. We will often have people coming in for a dental visit. Yeah. And so we do non-sedation dentistry, but in order to do that with many people with disabilities, we are probably their first time getting dental care, or certainly without sedation. And so we have to develop a pretty deep rapport and relationship with people for them to trust us to do dental care. And so it is not uncommon that if the person is there for dental care and we're checking the person's total chart, we realize they're due for their flu vaccine. Oh, their psychiatrist needs a blood draw to do a med change next week. Like, let's do all these things while you're here. You're with people you know. You don't need to come back. And coordinating all that together, it makes such a huge difference.
I'm very happy to hear that from you as well. And I think we have one discussion all over the places. Why do you have special units for people with disabilities? Everywhere should be possible anything. How do you argument on that?
Yeah. I don't argue that it shouldn't be, but I argue in the world that is. We look at the data. We see that people with disabilities continue to, on average, die 20 years earlier than the general population, and it's not because, in most cases, of the medical conditions. It's because of the lack of access to preventative care and quality acute care by people who understand.
Definitely.
And so, given what is, the response has to be, then we need to create a world that does something about it.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Other questions from you? If not yet, we can continue our discussion, but I think it's always good to have all people on board. Do you also evaluate your outcomes?
We do. So we we evaluate outcomes in a lot of different ways. So we, interestingly, have a number of different research projects that we collaborate with universities on, that we collaborate, in some cases, actually with payers on. We've been running a project that it's around assessing suicidal risk and suicidality in all patients. And going into it, the project essentially had no data with regard to people with disabilities, and really it was sort of we have no idea if there's any difference. And what we have discovered in this project is that many of the people that we are serving, and in some cases had been serving for a long time, we were not catching and were unaware of the fact that some of them were struggling with depression and were struggling with some of these thoughts. And so we track outcomes a number of different ways. Then we also are tracking health outcomes. We use a very structured approach for skill building in our dental clinic to help people acquire the skills to be able to tolerate non-sedation dentistry. And so all of that is very data-based, very focused on tracking and helping in some cases actually create the evidence-based models because they're just not out there.
We are now having a study with health economy, and the first results are showing it is even an advantage economy-wise to have this focused service. Less inpatient intakes, less investigations.
Absolutely.
So I think we have a very good health economy department at our university to check for that, because this could be a good argument for public funding.
The amount of things that we are going to catch and be able to address on an outpatient basis and in a preventative way that otherwise would have resulted in hospitalizations, would have resulted in emergency room visits. Yes, absolutely, you're right, that it has an economic impact.
Do you have a special program for Down syndrome adult people?
We serve people as young as 2 all the way through the end of life, but we don't have a special program just for people with Down syndrome, but we do serve a lot of people who have Down syndrome, especially in our primary care program.
What we found, many people who have Down syndrome have no regular health checks.
Yes.
And though we established a health check compendium, which we actually plan with the patients, and that's quite successful. To put it on a regular base, and they come and they have their checks, which are not available sometimes.
That's really the case, I think, with a lot of intellectual and developmental disabilities, is that many don't have a relationship with a primary care provider in the way that all of us should. That they just haven't been able to find someone who is a good fit, who wants to see them, who understands them. So absolutely, that's a challenge. I'm also interested in hearing how you address physical plant accessibility and some of the things that you've done or tried to make sure that the setting is, really accessible.
We are in the ground floor, which is very good, and the unit is quite accessible.
Mm-hmm.
Do you also have signing doctors who do it themselves? That's our main thing. Is we always try to have medicine under 4 eyes. The professionals who sign for the deaf, without interpreters, completely private. So we have to train a lot, but I think that's very important to give the dignity of privacy, even for people with complex disabilities. Sometimes they are alone with the doctor, if possible.
That's fantastic. We don't have any providers who sign. So kudos, that's amazing. We do use both live or virtual interpreters based on what people are comfortable with, but we don't have any providers who they themselves sign. That's fantastic.
Yeah, you see that it's just we are discussing. We could continue,
talk for hours.
But the watch is telling us there are only a few seconds left. So just to finish that, I think we will be around here a little bit, or in the back, not to disturb the next fireside chat. And if there are ideas to discuss, I think we are in the back. And it's only interesting to see how these special approaches emerge from based on the needs of the people, and how difficult it is to make them sustainable, although it is a logical thing, actually.
It is. Thank you so much. This has been so much fun.
Thank you for coming.
Good afternoon. This session is on advancing gender and disability inclusion in the global south. Youth for Jobs, the organization of which I founded, has been releasing a series of booklets on women entrepreneurs. The first was Women Entrepreneurs in India. The second was Women Entrepreneurs with Disabilities in South Asia. And today, the third one is on Africa. So we're going to start by showing you a short video. Youth for Jobs works on the much neglected intersectional issue of women with disability livelihoods across India. In partnership with the Zero Project, we are building a global network that amplifies their voices and achievements. Our mission is simple, yet powerful, to shine a light on real-life stories of women who have faced incredible challenges and yet carve paths to independence. These stories carry globally the I can message of possibility, hope, and resilience. Every year, Youth for Jobs brings forward these inspiring stories of entrepreneurs with disabilities. Our booklets are celebrated globally, featured by the Zero Project at the annual conference in Vienna. From invisible to visible, Women Entrepreneurs in Africa is the third in this series, following editions from India and South Asia. Capturing these stories from Nigeria, Kenya, Botswana, Lesotho, Uganda, and South Africa was no easy task. From navigating time zones, translation challenges, and limited network access, to digging deep with research, the journey was as demanding as it was rewarding. And the results are extraordinary. These stories inspire, uplift, and remind us that determination knows no limits. So pick up your phone, scan the barcode, grab your copy right away. And who better to have a discussion on this topic of women with disabilities who are entrepreneurs than Irene, who's the founder of Enable and the organizer of the amazing Inclusive Africa conference. So Irene, welcome, and let me straight away begin by asking you, we find that these intersectional issues like women with disabilities are ignored in most countries. In the work which we do on the field, we find even women have negative attitudes towards women with disabilities, which prevents them getting into networks and getting their government entitlements. It'd be really interesting for us to understand your perspectives.
Thank you so much, Mira, for having me this afternoon. I think when it comes to women with disabilities, it's a subject that has not really been addressed, especially in the continent. Of course, there has been a focus on women and girls across the board, but really to zoom in on girls with disabilities or women with disabilities, it's definitely a space that needs more attention. And when it comes to stigma, stigma is across the board. And what you'll find is that it's sometimes just based on not believing someone is capable of something. And I'll give an example of one of the beneficiaries of the work we do, especially Inclusive Africa Conference, is called DJ We Were. And one of the things she was talking about is how when she goes to the bank, she makes her own money doing her DJ work, but when she goes to the bank, she has her own bank account, but they insist she has to have a caretaker or an assistant with her. But the point is, it's her bank account, it's her private information. Why don't you just address DJ Wiwa by herself and let her run her own bank account? She might not want to share her information with anyone. So there's definitely a tendency not to think that maybe a woman with disability is not capable or is not safe enough, so we tend to overprotect. But I think there's an opportunity to really speak to the women and know what do they want. You know, it's not necessarily us guys bringing in our insecurities and being overprotective. So when I look at having to share my bank account information with anyone, it's a big no-no, but it happens all the time. So that's one of the issues that she was raising that's a big problem for her. Another issue she raised is when she goes to a bank to get a loan, she's given a list of requirements, and she follows, this is the list of requirements that everybody gets. But as soon as she submits the information, she keeps going around in circles because suddenly there's another request, then another one, and then she's declined, only to realize it's because they don't think she's really trustworthy. I can't trust you to pay back this loan. So it's interesting to sort of listen and see where the biases are and sort of figure out how do we help the general public, when they look at a woman with disability, to see her for who she is and her capabilities, instead of the things that we think in our mind are the weak spots.
So well said, Irene. In fact, if you look at the larger issues and challenges in setting up enterprises, one is access to funds, which we spoke about, but the other issues like access to skill, access to education, all these challenges seem to be common both in Africa and in India. In fact, one of the issues which I've been talking to with various stakeholders like the banks is that should we actually create a disability fund for women with entrepreneurs, because you don't seem to get funding resources for them because everyone believes that they can't, you know. And you also have to have that small element of risk. So can you tell us some of the stories from your experience of access to skills, you know, access to markets, which women struggle with?
Yeah, and part of it, just even from listening to you, is like for financial services that you're talking about, is because sometimes the products that exist in the market do not really address the needs of women with disabilities. So I think that if banks are going to offer loans to women with disabilities, have a sit down and co-create a fund that actually works for the women. Set timelines of payment based on what works for the women, because then if they are part of the process, you will understand them and they will be able to repay back the money. But the problem is that we always use the traditional methods that every one size fits all, everyone, this is the process we follow. So I think for me, there's a need for that. In terms of skills training, education, let me take a step back. We run a program for blind children and we teach them digital skills. That's our primary work. And one thing we've seen over the years is that as they start from the lower level grades, you could start off with 100 girls in first grade, but as you go to the higher level grades, the girls begin to disappear. They begin to disappear. By the time you get to the 8th grade or into high school, the number of girls compared to the boys has flipped. So if initially the girls were more, now it's the boys who are more than the girls. So there's a tendency for girls to drop off. And part of it is also families sometimes need more education on really believing in girls with disabilities, that yes, they can succeed, yes, they can find work, please keep them in school. So there's a bit of that that's definitely needed. But in overall, there's definitely, for those who are youth and they're older girls or women, there's definitely a lack of digital skills. And we are living in a digital world. So that means we're expecting them to thrive in a digital economy. They don't have digital skills. They don't have access to the technology itself. So I think there's a need to invest in that space to be able to help girls to participate in the digital economy.
Absolutely right. I think this access to digital skills is completely lacking in rural India at the grassroots, much more so for women with disabilities. But obviously in this space, innovations are needed. And the Zero Project Conference, the focus is on building bridges between innovations of two countries. So I was just wondering if, for example, Youth for Jobs, we've just set up the Center of AI for the grassroots, in which we've just developed 4 products which would have they're light, simple products, which we know would have tremendous applications for Africa too. And there would be other innovators in Africa whose products would be good for us. So how do you build this Asia-Africa bridge, Irene?
So that's interesting, and especially when I think about India, I think we are sort of in the same economic conditions. But the one thing that's important for us to note is that we have to be part of the process. Sometimes it's difficult to just uproot a product from one area and it's going to work in another environment. So being part of the process, of the development process of feedback, getting user feedback on some of these products. Because as I said, it might work smoothly in India, and then you bring it to Kenya and things don't work out. Or even it succeeds beyond your wildest imagination. So I think there's a need for engagement with the local community and to really get the buy-in, but also to get user feedback to understand, do you need to make modifications, or is this just a very perfect application for the community? And then it's really just about collaboration. You have to do it together with the local community. I think that's really, really critical. And when I think about Inclusive Africa, that's what we're trying to do, is build bridges between the international community, the local communities, even just within Africa itself. Because there are all these countries in Africa, and some of us, we are very far apart. If I think where Nigeria is and where Kenya is, or Cote d'Ivoire, there's a difference. So how do we make sure that we are able to share knowledge between communities, even just within the region, and even just within every country by itself, because its transportation and everything else is not as available as you might find in the first world. But there are means and ways we can share knowledge internally and externally.
Yeah, I think the issues are the same because of the size of our countries, But interestingly, another question which I wanted to ask you is the complete absence of role models of entrepreneurs who are women with disabilities. Each time we bring these booklets, we really research and see, can there be one person who's like a role model for the sector? So would you like to speak on that?
No, that's an interesting one, because everyone would love to have a role model. It makes a big difference. So I think what's important, and especially for women with disabilities, they've not had the stage in a very long time. They've never really quite existed. So I think we have to consciously make an effort to highlight the work that's being done by women with disabilities. Women run the world. Yes. Men can say anything, but women run the world, please. Yeah, so anyway, so that means women with disabilities run the world, right? So we need to highlight the initiatives they have, what they're doing. And that's what we do at Inclusive Africa Conference. We bring them in as innovators if they have innovations. We put them on leadership panels. They moderate sessions. They participate in sessions. They provide entertainment. We highlight their capabilities, because once they come to Inclusive Africa multiple times, the sky is the limit. And some of them have come in as creatives who perform, and then the next time, there's a private company that's hosting an event, and they're hired to come and do entertainment. So what I'm saying is, we have to continue showcasing, highlighting, and celebrating the work that women with disabilities are doing. And this is so that we can see their capabilities, but also we can join together and be able to move the agenda forward to have girls and women with disabilities at the forefront of the discussions as well.
Thanks, Irene. And one thing now I'm certain is that with you and the Enable Africa Conference, with Youth for Jobs and the Zero Project Conference India, together we will make sure that this intersectional issue of women with disability keeps high and is always highlighted, so that we can create good role models sometime. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Mira.